DeFi actively penetrates the traditional financial market. Tokenized assets are becoming more accessible for investors worldwide. In Russia, their market is over 1 trillion rubles now. More than 900 billion of them have been placed this year. Meanwhile, Sber is further developing its own AI assistants, providing platform and open source solutions for businesses. Let's open the future technology horizons together.
Уважаемые гости и участники, добро пожаловать на международную конференцию FI.
Guests and participants, welcome to the International Conference FI Day, AI and Blockchain, dedicated to the development of the financial industry and the digital transformation agenda. I will be your voice assistant, helpful and convenient. I am pleased to welcome all of you and my co-host, or rather host, today, Veronika Romanova.
Уважаемые гости и участники.
Thank you,
К счастью, мне
GigaChat, for the introduction.
рад, что вы готовы.
Good morning, guests, participants. A round of applause again to all of you. The round of applause for the GigaChat for being with us today. Today, we're going to talk about how Russia is moving towards leadership in the field of financial tokenization and what awaits us in the era of digitization. We will discuss how AI is influencing the financial industry, and we'll put a special focus on the experience of the transformation into an AI-driven organization. We'll talk about the achievements and, of course, the cross-platform interoperability of digital financial assets, as well as the topic of Web3. We have a very interesting and tight agenda, and we'll propose the start of the day with one of the most anticipated topics. That will be presented by the CEO, Chairman of the Executive Board of Sberbank, Herman Gref.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги. Извините меня за то, что я сегодня...
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. I'm sorry for talking to you through a video call. Unfortunately,
Застал меня в командировке с 2 недели.
right before the New Year schedule is so tight, means that it's very packed. So I'm on a business trip. We have a regional week, a week of the region, so I'm on a business trip, but it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all, and I would love to have some introductory remarks on the outlook of AI and blockchain in the financial sector.
Все можете прочитать уже лекцию на тему влияния.
I think all of you can read a lecture on the AI influence on the financial industry in the last year, the development of the AI and its influence on finances and other sectors did not accelerate. It actually, the dynamics of AI spread increased. And if you talk about ChatGPT, the most used AI technology, every third person on the planet makes at least one prompt a day. 2.5 billion of prompts every day are sent to ChatGPT. And I have to say, this is not the only resource that is built on generative AI. They were the first ones. They were the trailblazers. That's true. They used the fine-tuning technology. But anyway, currently there's a cutthroat competition, and it's really hard to understand who is going to emerge as a leader, as a winner of the competition. We have seen what has happened during this year. The AI went to an expert level, has become an expert, and we now see pretty good agent systems. We can now use AI as autonomous systems, and we can see that during this time,
предыдущей конференции
And during
общий
the time that went
general
between this day and the previous conference,
уверен,
a lot has been made. AGI might appear very soon, maybe next year. The forecasts are now varied because before experts said that it's going to take 2-3 years. Now the forecast says that it's going to be 2-10 years. I have not seen any serious forecast that would say that the AGI would be created after 2035 yet. The creation of this technology might require much more time. The creation of the artificial general intelligence, the strong AI. Currently, we see that, well, first of all, the financial sector is the leader in terms of AI, GenAI implementation, and overall, economy-wide, we see that there are attempts to maximize AI in the business functions. More than 50% of companies in this way or another have implemented GenAI in some functions. There is no example yet when any company can say that they are AI-driven or AI-native organization, but the financial sector in Russia is one of the obvious leaders in this area. We see that the revolution that is driven by AI will permeate through all the levels of and areas of businesses, and including our business. It will affect all of our systems, and we need to do a lot to make our systems adapt to the AI technology. While having the most advanced IT landscapes, we think that it will take us 3 to 5 years to truly adjust the landscape to ensure that we are an AI-native organization, that we're a full-fledged AI-driven organization with AI-based DNA, where the majority of decisions are taken autonomously. There's a huge efforts ahead, and I think that in the nearest future we will have to redesign and rethink our IT landscape. Agents in the financial sector have become pretty mundane. There are now platforms that are driven by AI agents, but if you talk about Sber, we have hundreds of agents. I cannot really tell you the exact number. More than 200 agents we had in autumn. Currently, I think it goes beyond 500, and a couple, I think around another 500 are being developed currently as we speak. So I think in 2026 we will see that multi-agent systems and various agent systems will emerge, will automate some functions on the financial market, and they will be much more popular. We see that the central banks are more actively using full-fledged existing GenAI models, and they also use dedicated LLMs that fine-tune them for their functions. The central banks are pretty conservative in terms of the full-fledged implementation, and I think maybe that's the way to go, because the agent systems are not very stable to ensure error-free decision-making. But I think basically all central banks in the world are experimenting with it, and our central bank, the Russian central bank, is keeping up the pace. They try to implement various AI in various functions, but they're still kind of lagging behind in the overall financial sector, but it is understandable because the regulator has to implement much more time-tested decisions and solutions, because the decisions of the regulator influences the macro economic picture. We see that the AI model application in financial sector means that the AI in fintech will grow 2.5-fold by 2030. And the key factors, key drivers will be the personalization, the key drivers of using GenAI in fintech, a totally different approach in risk management and compliance, and this approach will be radically different. And major investments in cybersecurity, the security and safety of using the models, and investments in your proprietary landscape to ensure the proper flow and high quality of data that can be used by the models. For GenAI to be much more effective, many-fold more effective than the current processes, it's very important to ensure a continuous flow of high-quality data, because these models can make decisions in real time. And that helps to drastically increase the effect of their applications. At the same time, the risks of AI applications are growing. So for the banks, the safety and security of using AI models and making sure they are aligned, and making sure that the agents are not too creative, are the challenges on the agenda. Currently, the GenAI agents, none of GenAI agents can give you the precision of banking transactions. That is 99.99%. That's the benchmark for the banking transactions, and there's still a long way to go to be able to fully use GenAI systems in making precise financial decisions. We are currently building multi-agent systems based on combined or hybrid systems, when we use some agents while ensuring the proper validity and precision. And we also use algorithmic agents. And these systems, hybrid systems, show pretty good results. I think in the next couple of years, we are going to move to the proper precision benchmark for the GenAI systems. And this will be one of the key tasks for our developers.
Собственно говоря, если посмотреть, где мы увидим.
Now, if we look at AI applications, we have analyzed it for a pretty long time. There will be no industry that should not be redesigned in terms of the processes. Whatever we do, we have to rethink it totally. Before we tried to create the similar products of the Western companies that left the Russian market. But now, with GenAI capabilities, we have to think outside of the box. When we think about such systems as SAP, the entire market is trying to replace SAP, and we have decided that we do not need to replace SAP, we do not need to substitute it. We have sliced SAP in small pieces, and some parts of these pieces have been rewritten and implemented, recoded and implemented, and some of the other parts will be developed. We are developing them based on GenAI. We're doing it right now. It will be much more effective. It will be quick and won't cost that much money. And we won't need to code these systems from scratch because the architecture of the systems is becoming outdated. Here on the slide, we have all the areas where we use GenAI and where we use AI. We use it everywhere in corporate banking, investments, insurance, totally new capabilities and opportunities for insurance, the radical improvement of the customer experience. Everything is done online in real time. And I think that insurance will be mostly disrupted by AI because huge opportunities appear here. Capital management, everything related to ALM and all of that. Every month, it's increasingly more of these processes is put on AI. And that includes risk management. GigaChat now underpins all these activities, including risk management. And GigaChat in finances is showing the best benchmarks among all other models that are on the market. And that includes Qwen and DeepSeek, ChatGPT, and Grok, Gemini, and yes, in finances we have made sure that our models are great at finances. It shows great results. Doesn't mean that you can just take it out of the box and just use it. It needs to be fine-tuned. It needs to be properly validated. At the same time, we migrate gradually all of our operations and transactions not on some abstract models, diverse models, but on GigaChat. You can use various models to do benchmarking, but it's absolutely not rational to use a diverse model range in your landscape. You have to have a fundamental model because if your various functions create various agents, when you test drive them, it's okay. We had a period like that when we allowed everyone to use whatever models they needed, the models that deliver the best benchmarks. But if you are building the whole landscape underpinned by AI, there's no sense of using diverse models because in this case you lose cross-functionality and the capability of finding and getting the benefits as well as the anomalies across the entire landscape of what you do.
Eventually, we finalized this process, this migration from older models to the new ones, and we are currently in the course of giving up thousands and thousands of legacy models in favor of a single model, which architecturally requires an addition of certain other analytical methods and tools in order to become a full-blown functionality model for banking. We have completed the first stage. We are currently in stage 2. And it has been quite a challenge, frankly speaking. Thousands of our specialists in AI were working hard to create a state-of-the-art landscape for the previous generation of AI, and it has been serving us really well. But now we are migrating to this new toolkit. And especially when you compare it against the benchmarks with the previous model, and you see that the previous model is still winning by certain benchmarks, by certain parameters. It's really hard to break through this mental barrier of venturing into something that's uncharted, that's completely new. But we do believe that this technology is way more beneficial than the previous generations of AI. Agent-based systems, I will not talk about this in too much detail because I'm sure all of you have been experimenting with it yourselves. So have we. We have our own AI agents. That was back in 2024 that we started doing this, and since then the implementation has been getting increasingly easier. A big step forward for us. We have been investing a lot of resources in GenAI, and GigaChat 3.0 is a fully open source model. 700 billion parameters, second in the world by size. There is this Kimi model by a Chinese company that is leading by the number of parameters, 1 trillion. We are second. And this model, as I said, is open source. In addition to the large GigaChat Ultra model, we have deployed another model for optimized operations with fewer parameters, but still showing great results by a number of benchmarks. And another open source model, the diffusion model for generating images, Kandinsky 5. All our models are currently open source. So the question of whether we are ready to share our technology has been answered. We are. We are using the same models that we are publishing. We do not have any models that we're hiding for ourselves. And as we upgrade our open source models, you will be getting access to the upgraded versions, same as we do. What I've seen in China and in the US, the Americans have closed off their market for anyone outside of it, and China has also been introducing quite strict measures to close off the market. So the countries that start building their own foundation models start gradually to close access to their markets, to their models for third countries. I'm afraid we might follow suit. I am not a big proponent of closing the borders and things like that, but we see that this is a global trend with its own logic, so most likely we will not stay behind. We will join in. So it's useful to keep that in mind. GigaChat is naturally a multi-agent system, and based on GigaChat you can create all kinds of agents. If you've tried it already, you know that we are the fourth company in the world to create a new type of generation, of voice generation based on AI, and we've been able to embed it into the model. We have this so-called voice mode with 33 billion parameter model showing great results. The assistant that you heard at the beginning is not traditional voice generation that all assistants used to have. It's generative voice generation. It sounds exactly like a human being. It's emotional. It is much more capable of switching between different scenarios. You can interrupt it. You can ask it to clarify something. It can maintain. It can carry a conversation. And so, since this latest release, this has been a brand new generation of GenAI. We have issued a guideline, a guide on development and implementation of agents, and you can also have access to that guide. You can learn from our experience, you can ask our specialists. We have been working really hard on this, and we have made it available to all of you. A very, very important topic for all of us. The last 2 years have had these very unpleasant highlights of attacks on our country's infrastructure, on Russian companies' infrastructure. We have been involved in rebuilding them to some extent, but the latest big trend is that cyber criminals gain access to internal data, and they also run an encryptor on them. And not all encrypted data can be decrypted. And that is a very big challenge for all of us. Hackers were among the first to start using GenAI for their attacks, and today what we see is that up to 16% of all cyber attacks are carried out using GenAI. More than 80% of social engineering attacks have been targeting our people with such skill that even if you're knowledgeable, even if you know everything about their tricks, you can still become a victim. As soon as the first agents were created, we also created a multi-agent system that simulates attacks on our infrastructure. The first attacks showed that we had quite a big number of potential vulnerabilities that could be exploited. And we also created a multi-agent system that does the opposite, that defends us. The figures you're looking at on the slide show that with GenAI, with these multi-agent systems, we have been focusing even more attention on cybersecurity. Unfortunately, what we see is that we need to act in real time to test our systems, to test our borders, because new agents are emerging all the time for attacks, and we are also creating new agents to repel those attacks, to test our systems. There is no limitation on resources there. We see that sometimes thousands of agents are employed, multi-agent systems are employed. They are automating the development of new agents to identify vulnerabilities in the system. So we need even more multi-agent systems that can help us protect ourselves against hackers with their agents. Another huge trend, I've heard presentations by some tech analysts who said that the technology of blockchain is nowhere to be seen these days, that it's nearing its exit. And I don't think that's fair, because I think we see that blockchain has been growing very rapidly, a huge amount of investment in this industry. If we compare the 9 months of 2024 versus the 9 months of 2025, we will see a threefold growth. This is comparable to what we see with AI, I mean the growth rate. AI is attracting more investment, but still, this combination of multi-agent systems and blockchain systems will lead to radically new financial landscape globally, and I think the future of finance will be a context where we will have a decentralized system of digital financial assets. This will be the landscape around the globe. People will be increasingly using stable coins, not to mention cryptocurrencies.
И мы видим такой тренд.
USDT is becoming the biggest stablecoin as we see, and we see this big trend. The US that have been developing their own centralized digital dollar have been gradually weaning themselves off it in favor of USDT and stablecoin. This is one of the key trends which many other countries will be adopting. The amount of stable coins issued to this day is sufficiently material, and we see that the Americans have diverted their attention to stable coins because they realize that this can be a way more modern and reliable instrument to support their current level of debt. We see that investment in their stable coins is growing at a pretty rapid pace. And with some areas, they willingly close their eyes on certain compliance issues just to facilitate this inflow into stablecoin. In the countries where it's allowed, people are reaping the full potential of stablecoins. We see this with American banks, with European banks, and Asian banks. This practice, unfortunately, is way ahead of us. We are lagging behind, and we have a lot to learn from them. Our dream is that our regulation can progress to a point where we will be allowed basic transactional functionality with stablecoins, because until that is allowed, everything blockchain, everything related to blockchain other than mining operations perhaps, will look like a sandbox. And we do need to exit that sandbox. So we are in a dialogue with the Bank of Russia on this. But the Bank of Russia has been adopting this active position. As I've heard, next week there will be this meeting at the Bank of Russia dedicated to this topic, and we really hope that the ice will break and we will gain the opportunity to use stablecoins as well. Primarily with rubles, stablecoin ruble transactions, not just for foreign trade, for domestic operations as well, because the foreign trade potential is still relatively small for us. Stablecoins and AI agents, plus the blockchain technology, this is the future of finance. There is no doubt. I see no other bigger trend. Maybe it will emerge at some point, but clearly the combination of these two technologies will give us a completely new quality of the financial landscape in Russia and across the globe. And we do need to catch up and join this trend as soon as possible. We have quite a big number of companies and most banks experimenting with this. Companies are starting to run experiments with this, with digital assets. I think that the main stop factor is the transactional activity, which is absolutely crucial for us to start taking full advantage of this technology at a high level. Understandably, these new tools that are emerging are used these days by large funds, banks, startups. Stripe is no longer a startup, perhaps, but still. Having completed the first stage of building the infrastructure, the blockchain infrastructure, they are currently building on top of it the infrastructure for multi-agent systems. And I think very, very soon we will see the outcome. I've already mentioned that we're open to cooperation. All of the tools, all of the solutions that we're bringing to the market are available, publicly available to everyone. We believe that this last step that we took at the end of November this year was us answering the question of whether we are ready to share our technology without limitations. We had thought long and hard about this, and eventually we decided that all of our innovations, all of the solutions that we develop should be publicly available, should be open to all of you, that we should work with you, in collaboration with you, with other developers, be it ChatGPT, OpenAI, or Quen. With them, you will never gain access to the foundation model, the possibility to fine-tune or to modify the foundation model for your goals, for your business tasks. On the contrary, with Russian developers, if you're a Russian developer, you can contribute to the development of our models, and you can adjust it to your tasks. So the choice is clear, in my opinion. I don't want to impose anything. It's your decision. Analyze the pros and cons, but the bottom line is that we are completely open to cooperation, and if you're ready to get engaged, we will do all we can not to let you down. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a very productive conference, interesting sessions, and thank you for your cooperation. Herman Gref, thank you very much for such an inspiring opening speech, which sets the tone for the entire conference. Once again, a round of applause for Herman Gref. And now we can officially start the conference. Today, the global financial system is rebuilding itself, and Russia is actively adapting to these changes, demonstrating success and progress in all kinds of areas. Why do we need completely new logic for financial markets? What regulations do we need? How do we ensure both security and dynamic development? What kind of skills and competences do we need to develop? And, last but not least, how does Russia assume a leading position in this new digital financial world? Our next session is a panel discussion of a very important topic these days, Digital Horizons of the Future, Russia on a way to leadership in the era of financial tokenization. The speakers are Kirill Pronin, Director of the Infrastructure Department for Financial Markets of the Bank of Russia. Your applause, please. Sergei Khatinsky, co-owner and first deputy chairman of the board of Sovcombank. Günsel Tobaş, chairman of the Financial Committee of the Business Council of the Turkish Business Council in Dubai and Northern Emirates. And please welcome on the stage the moderator of the session, Deputy Chairman of the Executive Board of Sber, Anatoly Popov.
Friends, good morning. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you for participating. I think that the topic of the transformation of the financial sector using both technologies of AI and blockchain is, has been on the agenda for the last 5 years, and I think will remain on the agenda for the next 5 or even 10 years, because really in finances there are a lot of outdated things that has been with us for a while now. I think the most outdated thing is that the information and the liquidity in the financial sector, they do not move together. They do not move together as tokens. You know, as when there is a payment and settlement, there is one system that sends information about a settlement and then transaction, and other systems that regulate liquidity. And all of that is spread through time. It's not done at the same time, it's synchronously, and obviously that means delays for the participants of the financial markets. And blockchain technology might be able to resolve that challenge. We have a very interesting panel today. We have someone from the regulation. Our regulator in the last 18 months made a major leap forward. The regulator went through a phase of acknowledging the technologies and the real applications of these technologies, and we have a major progress here, because if in 2021 when there was a law adopted, 259 on the digital financial assets, it just opened the door for tokenization and for the first issues for the participants of the market. And last year and this year, the regulation has gone a long way forward. And today we're going to talk about the further regulation opportunities. Financial sector, Sergey, Sber, thank you for being with us on the panel. What are the practical tools and use cases? And Gunesh Topas, of course, is going to give us some international experience, how to make sure that we go through this tokenization path, the transformation of the financial sector path, as quickly as possible and as efficiently as possible maybe we can address some of the mistakes and not commit some of the mistakes that other countries made. Now, a couple of figures. The tokenization process is pretty impressive. The BCG journal says that the tokenization market will increase to $19 trillion in 2033. In 2025, it was around 600 billion. And in September this year, there was an ingenious act that was adopted that regulates the stablecoin market in the US. Before the stablecoin, the attitude of the key regulator was not fully determined, and now it is determined. The stance of the regulator is determined, and there is a support. And it's a major leap forward because one of the key regulators of the international financial market has approved USDT, the stablecoin, and the market cap of stablecoin went higher than the $307 billion. At the same time, the other stable coins are getting more popular. Other countries are talking about the launches of similar instruments, and our neighbors, Kazakhstan, in autumn of this year, launched not an experiment really, but they launched the instrument, and Citigroup forecasts that in 2030, in the basic scenario, the volume of the market of stablecoin will reach 2 trillion rubles. In Russia, our market has opened up to the digital financial assets thanks to the adoption of the law in the first platforms that were registered in 2023. And now we have 18 operators of information systems that are working on the market. And in 2025, in 11 months, the overall volume of the market was almost 1 trillion rubles, and in 3 years it increased to 1.5 trillion rubles. Now, given the overall market, it's not maybe such a great amount. Usually the instruments that are delivered are short-term instruments for 1-month loans. But there is a trend. Russia is playing an active role in the financial markets in the last couple of years. Our country has become one of the largest countries in Bitcoin mining. Around 16% of the global hash rate is accounted for by Russia. And even in Sberbank, we have approved an industry of mining. Before we were mining gold and metals, and now we are having the credit strategy for the digital mining. We can forecast the money flows, we understand what is halving and other instruments, and we can finance the appearance of new companies that are engaged in mining, really in mining of this instrument. And what is happening population-wide? We made a survey. 83% of Russians know what is cryptocurrency. 43% would like to have a secure crypto wallet that would be user-friendly as well. So basically, that's very important because people want the financial infrastructure to be in place, to have a broker that will give access to the cryptocurrency, and they should not be worried that next time when they log in the cryptocurrency app, they will be banned from using it, and and your assets are just gone somewhere. And today's panel, we are going to talk about the future developments, not just to exchange opinions. So I would like to start with Kirill. And the first question for you: in 2025, the digital financial foreign instruments were allowed to be used. What made the government to allow that? How did the market react to this new innovation? Kirill, how are you going to comment on that, and what are the nearest plans in this area? Thank you. Good afternoon, friends. Thank you for the question, Anatoly. The first thing that I would like to focus on is that this year, the digital asset market in Russia achieved 1.5 trillion rubles. This year, we raised 1.1 trillion rubles using digital assets, if you be more precise. So the market is pretty significant, and we have issued around 14% of the digital assets of the overall volume of the funds that were on the securities market. So that means that the regulator is playing a more important part here. This is an instrument for short-term lending, so this instrument has become a nice addition to the bond market. Now, the integration of our market with the international market and how to give access to the international assets on our market. Let's think back 5-7 years ago. What was the international market of virtual assets? Now, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and a couple of other stable coins that people still know about, and they have a largest market cap. Now, what is the trend that we are seeing in the last 2-3 years? It is very seen. It is all the regulators of the developed and developing countries are paving the way to make sure that virtual assets can be issued based on the regulations, preset regulations. The market of the digital assets is growing, and obviously financial regulators cannot allow such a big segment that has become a part of the financial segment to be unregulated. I mean, regulators have to step in, and we see the trend that tells that more and more digital assets are going to be produced in line with the regulatory rules. These are the regulated assets, but they are processed in open blockchain systems where it's not regulation that rules, but algorithms. So increasingly more often we're going to see that digital assets are being produced that are in line with the regulation. They have to comply with the regulations on the quality of the provisions, on the disclosure of information and the audit regulations. They have to comply with all of that, and these assets are more transparent to the regulators and to the players. And I think there's more trust to these assets rather than the cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is still frowned upon by regulators, and last year we allowed the international digital assets to be entered in the Russian market, and we have seen the first foreign digital assets that appear on the Russian market, that has appeared on the Russian market during this year. And we understand that the international market is a two-way road, two-lane street. So we made the conditions to make sure that the Russian assets can also be traded on the international markets, and so that they can be traded there. We gave the opportunity to do that. Unfortunately, we do not see much activity from the participants of the market. They do not want to move to the open networks the assets that are created in Russia. Why is it happening like that? I don't know. For now, maybe we need to fine-tune the regulation. Maybe the participants are still test driving their technologies. Maybe together with the banks and the entire community, we need to think about how to not only make sure that the digital assets can be put to open blockchain, but maybe we can issue them in open networks. It will help to drive down the operational expenses, it will drive down the cybersecurity risks, because we won't need to build the bridge. We'll need the certification mechanism, because right now the platform of digital financial assets are being accredited and registered by the Bank of Russia. So it's kind of a contradiction really here, no? It's not a certification mechanism that we need to talk about, I think. Today, we have made a couple of requirements to the operators of the information systems, and when these operators give access to the issuers in this market, that they make sure that the quality of the issue is proper, and the operators might have more responsibility and accountability, so that they cover the risks of investors with their capital. If a token was opened or issued on their platform, and this token was not issued in line with the regulation, they have to be accountable for that. Now, putting the digital assets in open platforms, that means that the operators will have a new role. They will become tokenizers and be operating in open blockchains, and they will be more understandable to the international players, but they will have to be responsible for smart contracts. They need to make sure that they are in line with our regulation, Russian regulation, and so this is a new role, a new function of the issuer that might appear. Do we need it? And what will be the requirements to our platforms? These are the two questions to answer. Thank you, Kirill. Question to Sergei Hatimsky. Sergei, you are working in this area. What are financial digital assets for you? What instruments the bank is using, and what is the outlook for the next 2-3 years? I'm talking about the everyday work with your customers. What customers might want? What do you feel is the sentiment of the customers, and what would be relevant in the blockchain technologies and the financial digital assets in the next couple of years? Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here. I would like to thank all of the participants for being here today. We are resolving the tasks that arise before the customer. So if you talk about the Russian financial assets, digital assets, first of all, we're talking about the short-term lending instruments, and there is an intersection of the regulatory and market requirements and needs. And at this intersection, the kind of new market appeared. It's pretty efficient with the low costs. We decided to go not in line with our competitors. We have decided to give the opportunity to our customers whatever issue, whatever assets, they can use their same customer journey. Because, I mean, for them, it's a pretty good when the fixed income is in one report, yes, it's like one window, yes. And in this sense, we are using the capabilities of all the other players. We work with some players more actively, with others less actively. But anyway, I think that this is a pretty a good task for the bank. I'm working on buy sides. As for the sales side, we are working with largest corporations, with medium and even small businesses. We're showing all the advantages that there are in terms of the speed of entering the market, of the freedom Some of the conditions are more kind of free if you compare them to the bonds and even with the commercial bonds. So yes, the market has been formed. It's going to grow. It depends on how the related markets will develop, because if the bond market are still very much regulated, the situation will be one, and the other situation will be when the bond market will be less regulated. Anyway, the platforms, there might be some great developments here, because if you look at Russian assets, one of the big limitations in terms of the shares market, equity market, we are cut from the international investors right now, because all of the intermediaries, they do not get anything from the assets, from these assets, and there are these huge risks. And if you talk about the friendly countries, and especially non-friendly countries, no one can give you access to Russian assets and put in shares, bonds on our platforms, or digital financial instruments where we want, we want to get international investments. And here we work closely with the leaders of the leadership of the regulators and the stock markets. It will open up huge capabilities for international investors to invest in our country. And now they cannot do that because there is a lot of intermediaries, and it just doesn't work. You cannot just properly invest in the Russian economy in that way. If there is a huge demand for some financial instruments, so it might be a revolution, but it can put us back, because the cross-border movement of the assets, it used to be free, then there were customs, then there were capital controls, and it was growing and developing. If we take stable coins, for example, there is a Medici bank in Italy, they just took gold and they just put gold and they just hold it and, were writing some papers. Anyway, why the regulation appeared? Well, because, they said that there will be some liquidity assets, and there are credit risks, operational risks, and you have to regulate that. And this regulation and deregulation is happening all the time to ensure the balance. And another topic is AI, a big topic right now. It creates a cross-border movement of data with no customs barriers, and the conditions are totally different. So what is happening? On the one hand, the risks related to the system are growing. On the other hand, you can use the legislation to regulate the crypto assets. Regulators cannot liberalize everything, because crypto assets can be used in criminal purposes. Digital assets are used quite intensely by the criminals. We're talking about cryptocurrencies, not the digital financial assets. Well, yes, but stable coins are used by criminals as well, in a broader sense. Our Russian digital assets are not used because of the limitations, but international ones, yes, that's true.
Still, what do we see? We see that we are more open to our neighboring countries that are friendly countries, and also because they have with us all kinds of agreements that liberalize our financial relations, and we see that their development is rather rapid. Belarus, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, they're very rapidly developing, and our clients, in one way or another, they start tapping into this potential. They start taking advantage of opportunities in these countries. They are very much linked, obviously, to our financial system, to our ruble. So what we see as our job is to give proper, high-quality recommendations to our clients, what they can use to fulfill their needs. And also, we need to cut off these illegal flows that can go from our fiat system to cryptocurrencies outside, with some violations. So the faster we introduce some clear-cut regulation, the faster we build our sovereign, clear system of what we can do or we cannot do, the better we will be following our own path rather than the path that regulators of other countries are opening up for us, neighboring or not neighboring. So we will be depending on the regulator, clearly, and with all the practical solutions, we will be implementing those. For now, we are giving guidance, recommendations, and advising on the instruments of neighboring countries. Thank you, Sergey. Let's hear from our foreign expert. What are the trends in the global market? Günther, a question for you. The global community has been introducing stablecoins very actively, and today the most widespread stablecoins are backed by traditional currencies, fiat currencies, or sovereign debt, such as US treasuries and others. Is it possible that they will become the foundation, the future foundation for the global financial system? Or does the future belong to stable coins backed by physical assets, such as gold or some other material assets? What is the strategy to the use of these tools? Is the strategy that your company uses?
Well, thank you very much, Anatoly, and it's a great pleasure to be here, back in Moscow. It's been a few years that last time I visited, and my last time I was working for Citibank as the regional manager, including Russia. Maybe some of my colleagues are in the room right now. It was a real pleasure at the time, and Russia was one of the biggest custody markets for Citibank, and of course, unfortunately, then the business had to be reduced. Last year, I left Citibank and I established Manifest Executive Consultancy in Dubai. I'm actually based in Dubai for the last 5 years, and with the UAE and the Dubai financial ecosystem and fintech ecosystem, I actually happen to be very much involved with the blockchain, digital assets, and AI. And when I established Manifest Executive Consultancy, the main idea was to bridge in between the traditional financial system and the digital financial system, because there was also a big divide, which I am actually seeing here, which I was witnessing from the distance with the Russian technology, Russian experts, also very much in number in Dubai. What I experience here is the level of development, both in the previous session as well as so far listening to you. And also to your point originally, Anatoly, where we think Russia stands is also very important. I think with also the regulator here in the panel, obviously the regulator's role is very important. But often regulators are not necessarily leading the whole wagon, right? It is the fintechs, it is the banks who are actually strong in fintech, this leading being the powerhouse. Coming back to your question with regards to stable coins, obviously they are picking up. Right now, the overall tokenized assets in the world is at around $300 billion. Out of that, 270 billion is stable coins, and $30 billion is tokenized assets, real world assets. So stable coins, in my view, is key, and for me, stable coins that are based on real currency, like backed by the real currency, is a very important component of financial rails and financial transactions to happen over blockchain. Because in my advisory role, I'm affiliated and advising a number of fintechs who are in the tokenization of real-world assets business. What I see, tokenizing an asset, bringing it on chain, doesn't necessarily provide the financial means if you cannot also settle on chain. And when we talk about cryptocurrencies, this has been mostly for the retail clients. And the roller coaster nature of the cryptocurrencies have also been a backdrop for the institutional access or institutional interest looking into this. Now, regulators and regulations are forming around the world, and the institutional demand is forming on these assets, provides the landscape, and the technology is there. Tokenization of real-world assets is happening, but for all these to really leap and to go to the tipping point, in my view, stablecoins has a very important element, is a very important element and has a very important role. So stablecoin based on gold might be an asset to be invested in, but a stablecoin on the dollar, on the ruble, on Turkish lira, on the UAE dirham is very important for the financial rails, for the payments and settlement of the assets. So that, I believe, also enhances the ability of the regulator to the extent that they regulate the stable coins, because then the settlements of the tokenized assets would be more efficient, will be more transparent, and will be more traceable. So that is one, the stable coins and their regulation. Tokenized real-world assets regulation is another to actually form this up. But whatever you have achieved so far, the tokenization of the financial instruments is a great leap, and I think that also pulls the whole system, providing a benchmark. So that's how I see from the distance.
Спасибо большое. Я думаю, что этот тренд...
Thank you so much for these observations. I think this trend is definitely one of the key trends for Russia. And based on that, I have a question for Kirill, for the regulator. Does the regulator have any plans to launch Russian stable coins based on the ruble? What Mr. Graf said in his presentation, will it be possible to make settlements in the market with such instruments, with such stable coins? What is the view of the regulator? Because we see that the global market is shifting in that direction, and there is big promise, big potential in this area. What do you think? I think when we talk about stable coins, we talk about one of the many examples of tokenization of money. I touched upon this when I answered your first question, but I will reiterate. At some point, we gave the opportunity to not just issue digital assets to the corporates, to the banks. We gave the opportunity to use them to venture into open chains. The practice is still developing, but can a credit organization these days issue a debt instrument by way of DFI based on, say, precious metals? Yes, they can. Can they design the instrument to make it look like a stable coin and be used for transactions in an open chain? Yes, they can. If we look at regulations in certain jurisdictions in the UAE, for example, with regard to stablecoin, they have certain terms and conditions to define what is a stablecoin, how we can use stablecoins for settlements, among other things. And the regulations say that, for example, stablecoins should not have any built-in fees and charges. In our case, this instrument is developing as a market for corporate debt primarily. In order to have stable coins, we need an instrument with a slightly different design. We need it to be clear to international investors. Why these instruments still haven't gained momentum, I think the market should answer. My hypothesis, I said it when I answered the previous question, I think we should issue this straight away in open chains. Regulatory speaking, it's still with a question mark whether we go there or not. But I would also like to say a few words about tokenization in general. We talked about the tokenization of money, and we often say that the tokenization market is going to grow very rapidly, trillions and trillions of dollars potentially, and I think we should be prepared for it, and we should define tokenization correctly. Why do we need tokenization? Often, we understand tokenization as a possibility to use a tokenized form of something that exists in the real world, like a precious metal. You can tokenize precious metals, securities. There are attempts to tokenize real estate. But very importantly, when we talk about tokenization, we always need to keep in mind that any tokenized asset must be stored with a custodian. You need to keep it secure, because otherwise the token is passed from one owner to another and the asset lives its own life, which sounds a bit absurd. The custodian institute these days for tokenization is lacking, is missing. So the question is, do we need this institute, this organization, this entity as such, to tokenize the assets, to keep them secure, to store them? What are the easiest things to tokenize? Securities. They are stored with depositories. You can tokenize them easily with precious metals, also very clear, stored with banks. You can issue tokens based on them. There is a system that allows obtaining information on where it is stored. With real estate, it's a bit more complicated than that. You can try to tokenize real estate as well, and we know that some countries are making attempts in this regard. But let's imagine you are issuing your token on an office building. You buy tokens, 100,000 investors. What next? How do you manage a real estate facility? That's a big question. Paying taxes, getting lease payments. This all complicates the system. Mutual funds, I think that's the solution. Yes, Anatoly, I agree, but then maybe we need to tokenize mutual funds rather than real estate. And also the tokenization of stake in companies. We as bankers often accept as collateral a stake in a company. As for recovery of such stakes, that's a complicated process. If such stakes were circulating in a DFI platform, maybe that could make it easier. But then stakes in different companies are different for different purposes. For an LLC, it's for a smaller company with maybe a smaller turnover. And speaking of the international practice of tokenization, I like this example with the Swiss bank, the UBS Group. In 2023, they launched the first pilot case with tokenization of assets. They tokenized a fund and created a platform for tokenization, but they are tokenizing financial instruments that are regulated, shares, bonds, in order to give access to liquidity, the cross-border market. As for tokenization of shares within the country, what's the point? Shares are already circulated digitally. These are not some documents on paper that we hand over to other people. As for tokenization of this market, I think the main benefit is that, in theory, we can gain access to the international market. Tokenization of real estate, I think I've covered that. It's more about questions than answers for now. And another important point, for any circulated asset, in stock exchange, open blockchain, it's good when you have clear, transparent rules for the issuance and circulation of this asset, because when your process is standardized, it gives the investor some clarity and the issuer some clarity on how to transact with these assets, and this reduces cost. Let's look at what the domestic market of digital assets look. 18 platforms, 18 operators, that's good. We have made progress, 1.5 trillion of turnover, but they all differ from each other in terms of the logic of circulation of digital assets and accounting logic on this or that platform. I think this is where we have room for improvement in terms of standardizing the rules of circulation of digital assets on platforms. This will give additional opportunities for tokenization. Interoperability and fragmentation of the market, another topic that is very much debated. We have 18 platforms that are silos, essentially, isolated, standalone. Perhaps we will need rules that will mandate platforms to give this opportunity to transfer tokens between platforms. And this brings us back to the question of blockchain platforms with higher interoperability. Sergey, what is your opinion on stablecoins? Do you think that clients have a demand for it? And
Есть ли понимание, как этот
is there an understanding of how to use this instrument? Since 2022, we have observed a clear growth of interest among clients and corporates.
международных расчетов в первую очередь?
International settlements, right? Yes, for international settlements primarily. There, the interest in stablecoins is the highest. USDT currently helps reduce regulatory barriers in certain countries. It has its own pros, especially given the Russian context and the restrictions from unfriendly nations towards Russia. And it has its own risks, because somewhere our measures of capital control have certain vulnerabilities. But still, we understand that there are risks that cannot be ignored. They have to be mitigated very actively. And in that sense, I am sure that the roadmap of the regulator should level out certain things that have emerged quite rapidly without cutting off the market for businesses and for people. But it's just about leveling up the landscape. Stablecoin may become a means of payment for drugs or for weapons. Obviously, we do not want that. But still saying that because of those risks, we need to build a wall. I think the consensus opinion is that there is a certain point that we need to reach. We need to reach a point where stablecoin evolves sufficiently. We will need to work with international stablecoins as well. A Russian stablecoin is an absolute must-have, I think. This rigid policy of the regulator towards the high key rate might become one of the advantages in the competition of Russian stablecoins in the global market. Because when certain regulations are limiting interest payments in stablecoin mode, it also has to do with the fact that with the lower rates for other currencies, it can create some headaches, but we live in a context of real interest rate and can become an advantage in terms of distribution of our assets in international markets. It's just that we need to assume this active position as fast as possible and liberalize things that we can liberalize. And I believe that next year will be a year of preparation, and I really think that ruble-based stablecoins can gain their share in the international market. Maybe an even larger one than we have in mining. My 2 cents as well, we gave the opportunity to issue tokens in open chains. We also gave the opportunity to use them for settlements. You can pay using digital assets, Russian digital assets. You can use them for settlements outside of Russia for international payments. We have created all the necessary regulation for it, including FX control and AML, FT regulations, but the instrument has been evolving very, very slowly.
At the same time, my second message is that we will not be ready. We are not ready to give the opportunity to use stablecoin and digital assets as a payment method in Russia. I think that our payment environment in Russia is very much developed, and now you can pay online. Maybe we should debate on that. I'll give you a couple of examples. 2020, COVID, just 5 years ago. Back then, there were various special security payments to the families with many children and other things. Some social benefits. What this money was spent on? If you talk about the traceability and certificate, it's like stablecoin. I mean, given the limitations that could have been set for the spending. So if the money is sent for buying medications, you cannot buy cigarettes with them, and more like banking support. There's a product when there's a contract, there's a very long chain of suppliers, and right now the company that is doing the contract has to go to the bank to make sure that they trace the money, the funds across all the entire chain. That's the bank monitoring service, but blockchain and stablecoin technologies with some smart contracts can ease the use of these instruments and remove the human labor. That's the most important thing, and to speed it up, because when we talk about banking monitoring service, that means a long time. Every payment is going to be looked and monitored by the bank for 3 days, and that's a long way to go. I love blockchain and smart contracts, but right now the funds, cash are in automated systems, and in any banking system you can see what it was spent on. And if you do the internal analytics with AI that we're talking about a lot today, on the other hand, are we ready to implement the control of the spending in the banking system? So do we need to do something else? No. Let's, I mean, you as a parent, like, you give 500 rubles to your kid for a lunch. Do you want them to spend them for lunch, or do you want them to buy cigarettes? You don't know. Well, I mean, he's not smoking. Well, okay, I mean, he can just get the cash and buy cigarettes. He doesn't need to use the card. I mean, it can be a teenager, whatever. And they can just get the cash from the ATM and buy cigarettes. And there is a demand for that, you know, and smart contract can ensure traceability. And blockchain and stablecoin technologies might be the technologies that would support that. That is right. But blockchain as AI is just one of the technologies. It can give you a little bit more opportunities, maybe less opportunities. You can resolve the same task with a couple of approaches, as in mathematics. So I'm very cautious of using blockchain everywhere. I'm confident that there are automation tools that can help you achieve these goals. But yes, you are correct. Blockchain and stablecoins, they have the plus, the side. It's fully transparent. You can see all the transactions and all the wallets. That's true. I think that the desire of the state to control the money emissions, money issuance is natural. The government wants to remain a monopoly here. But I think, conservatism, I think, is like if you think like in a couple of years there might be no settlements in stablecoins within Russia. It's just hard to imagine that. It will take some time, and there will be some evolution in terms of the approach of the regulators. But if you look at what is being offered today compared to what was the base technologies 4 or 5 years ago, then we would see a major leap forward. So we hear this position, we understand that, we appreciate this stance, but I think it's hard to imagine. Well, let's ask Gunsel. Maybe he will give us some examples of using stablecoin technologies to resolve client tasks, apart from speed and speeding up the settlements. What else can be delivered by stablecoin?
Thank you, Anatol. It's been a heated up discussion. I really like that. I am also an adjunct faculty at American University of Sharjah, so I would like to approach from a faculty perspective as well into the topic. So when we look at the financial industry, there are mainly 3 components: the financial institutions, the investors, retail and institutional, and there are issuers. And when we discuss stable coins, when we discuss digital assets, when we discuss crypto, I think first we need to look at, because all these depend on the blockchain technology, we need to first spot what are the main features of this and why, therefore, we think blockchain brings some value, right? You already mentioned, Anatoly, it's the traceability, right? It's the immutability. it is also important. It's valuable, right? The transactions not being changed. It's the almost instant settlement of transactions. So it's the continuity of the transactions. And it's the security. Despite crypto as a terminology creates question marks in terms of the security, actually it is the cryptography. So that is the most secure among whatever we do in the automated environment right now. So based on these four main features, when we look at these three components, retail jumped into the crypto space with the cryptocurrencies, right? It has been there for 10, 15 years. And there have been road accidents, there have been roller coaster price fluctuations, but it wasn't necessarily a financial instrument. It was more of an investment vehicle for the retail. And banks were staying away from this instrument. I remember Citibank CEO, JP Morgan CEO, who is already in the job today, Jamie Dimon, were naming, say, likes of Bitcoin as evil at the time, right? Now they are actually very much focused on these. So banks were not necessarily warm about the concept. And on the issuer side, they were not aware, right? There were some issues, but they were more like the hypes of ICOs and NFTs and stuff. Where we are right now, because blockchain was initially launched on 2008 with the Bitcoin blockchain. Now it's been 17 years with this technology and evolved through Ethereum and such. I have actually met a number of people, the gurus in this field in Dubai, who already thrown up the towel on blockchain 3, 4, 5 years ago. After expecting so much, tomorrow is the day for blockchain, that tomorrow never arrived, up until very recently. Why I'm saying very recently, I think not only technology, but more so the regulations and institutional adoption has been key, and the Genius Act in America has been the main power behind what is happening today. Because everyone was looking at America, right? If the States is not warm to this, the biggest capital market, it still stays marginal. But now it is opening up with America to the world. So that was a big, big change. So what is happening right now, when I look at these three components of financial institutions, investors, and the issuers, it started with the institutional investors like BlackRock, Franklin Templeton, as also Herman mentioned, showed up in the session, that they started launching ETFs on Bitcoin, right? So institutionalized the use of...
It's also possible in Russia now, and we already have more than 1.5 billion assets invested into
so it is the institutional
ETF.
Step into this asset class. When the institutions step in, these are the buy side, right? Then the banks who are serving them should be interested in this. Because BlackRock's, Franklin Templeton's are the clients of Citigroup, JP Morgan, and others. So they started looking at this, so there must be something in it. And then, what has happened last few years, as you also mentioned on the stable coins and international payments, likes of Ripple and a few others stepped in and started eating from the cake of Citi, JP Morgan, and others. And guess what? For these global American banks, the international payments is the basic of their existence. Yes. That's why they are all around the globe, because of this, because of the international payments of the dollar, right? When Ripple and others started coming in and using their own tokens, stable coins, on-ramp, off-ramp, and making these payments much cheaper and much faster, then banks started looking at this. So this is a big push now for this industry coming from the banks, mainly tokenizing their cash deposits, and using stable coins. So this adoption will then lead into the settlements, as I mentioned in previously, on the financial rails. This will enable the settlement with the tokenized assets, right? That was the missing piece. An asset tokenized standing there doesn't make sense, right? It is securitization over blockchain. So if it doesn't bring liquidity, what is the purpose of it? Now with the stable coins that can be used as settlement, that is much more efficient and it is enabled for the efficiency. So from the bank side, they stepped in from the international payments point of view to protect their cake. It wasn't innovation from them. It was more protective, preventive step in. From the issuer side, I think this is interesting. For the existing assets, mainly digital assets, I think we may debate whether it is needed or not, but I think it makes it more easy, more efficient for them to do digital issuance, as far as I understand. But for those asset owners sitting on illiquid assets, right, there are a number of them. These are the commodities, these are the real estate, these are, for example, in the Middle East, these are the sukuks that are being issued and illiquid. This is where the issuers' mouth is watered because they now are able to, they feel they're able to access liquidity. And this is, the whole system is pushed from two sides, as far as I see, and as far as I am involved. One is the stable coins being issued and being used for the international settlements. The other one, the issuers are very much eager to tokenize the assets to access to liquidity. So what is in it for the investors, right? For the investors, the retail, putting aside the Bitcoin and the cryptocurrencies, for the retail investors, they have better access to a wider range of asset classes, right? Previously, a sukuk could only be invested by a $100,000 ticket, now can be accessed by a retail by a $1,000 ticket.
It's also more important than the scenarios of usage is much broader.
Much broader, yes.
Than traditional like repos and all this type
Obviously.
of instrument, pledging this instrument. It's much easier.
That's an
with the
interesting...
smart contracts which exist on blockchain, rather than traditional you go, you have a paper or contract, which will be executed sometimes in very difficult, let's say, international legal system. It's very, very traditional, let's put it this way.
Once we start here, as you rightly said, now it's not only tokenizing, for example, a sukuk, then you can actually do a repo much easier on that. And then by employing smart contracts, you can actually make it much more efficient from an operational perspective. So interestingly, this semester, I tasked the students with the term project of tokenizing an alternative investment. And one of the projects was on repo on sukuks, using tokenized repo, right? And that was a very interesting one, also coming from the students, because I'm talking about now on the investor space and let's say retail. When I look at the group, including myself, probably I'm one of the oldest, but most of us have kids, and our kids probably are at around teenager ages, right? Teenagers. So demographics was also changing. The way how we did business, the way how we banked before is changing. With the new demographics, I think, we need to talk about these anyway. This is Web3 world that they are born into. They are natives, and they would be looking for these kind of services, right? Now, coming to the banks, and I will complete here my comments. For the banks, I think there is a treasure not yet unearthed. And this treasure is the operational efficiency. Also to your point, Anatoly. Now, banks are trying to protect their cake from the others on the international side banks like Sberbank, you already innovative, you stepped into this and you are beyond experimenting. And in a more of a narrow asset class, you actually made it through. But the more you actually apply this, the more with this demographics, this becomes the norm. Because personally, I believe in 10 years' time, or let's say 15 to be on the safe side, we will not be talking about on-chain, off-chain. There'll be one chain, and that would be what we call today on-chain, right? And whatever we do today will be like the cassette player as opposed to Bluetooth or cloud, right? So that today will be history, very short, and this will be the norm. And when banks, they manage to tackle with the legacy systems versus blockchain, so things transition over altogether into this. And when they realize how efficient it becomes for them to manage these systems with the smart contracts, with the AI blended in, powering these smart contracts. I keep giving this example to wherever I speak, and this is interesting now that I'm giving this example. In our team in Russia, at Citibank, in the custody team, we had 150 people in the operations, right? 5 people in the front office, 150 people in the operations, for the reasons you mentioned. However we make things efficient, automated, still there are inefficiencies that needs human intervention in the legacy way of doing things. I give this example saying that if we had adopted altogether everything on blockchain and smart contracts, we would have needed maximum 3, 4, 5 people, not 150. Because these people would be making the oversight, obviously with a little bit more people on the technology side to help, but that would be the outcome. So when banks unearthed this hidden treasure, because that would then go directly to their P&L, to their bottom line, as increased profit with the lesser costs, and they would also be accessing broader investor base, broader client base, that would also increase their revenue base. So that's what is not yet identified by the banks globally, but I think Sberbank has done a great job on that.
Thank you, Gunther. Probably, у меня, может быть, один короткий блиц.
Yeah, maybe just a very small blitz question. I'll switch back to Russia. Now, going back to Russia, one sentence as a response. I mean, we are wrapping up our panel discussion. Now, what, from your point of view, is the most promising in terms of the changes of the financial technologies in the next 3 years in Russia? Sergey, what would you put the stakes on? If you had like this 1 ruble, what would you put it on? What would you bet it on? Well, we are in a very regulated area. So if the regulator would open up the tokenization of the Russian shares to offer it to the international communities, I would bet all my money on that, because the tokenization market is very underestimated, and I think that moving it to the international market, it will be great. So yeah, you would bet on the same thing that the regulator bet on. That's good.
Kirill, what about your ruble? I would mention 2 things. First, tokenization. Despite all the nuances and little details, I do believe in tokenization, and I do believe that we need to do a lot for tokenization to work, including cross-border. And secondly, I do believe in the marketplace segment and specifically financial marketplaces. I'm talking about financial marketplaces specifically that I believe increase the independence of the client from a financial provider, and this is a good step forward. We hope that financial marketplaces will be evolving even more rapidly, because I think this is a step toward a more open financial market, a market of open data.
Well, I want to make it memorable. I would be investing in the Sberbank shares and asking as a client, when are you going to tokenize your shares? But joke aside, I think as in the opening presentation mentioned, I think AI is a very important one. That most of the investments are going on this. And there is a huge AI washing as well at the same time, right? Anything can be called AI. So on a very selective basis, and I also met a few people who are actually making these decisions. I think AI-powered fintechs, AI-powered solutions by the fintechs, and whichever financial institutions are using these at their most, I think that also would be the best to invest in.
Thank you. Спасибо большое, дорогие участники дискуссии.
Thank you very much, dear panelists, dear colleagues. The opening of the conference, I think, has been very interesting and productive. We have created a space for discussion, and I really appreciate the hard work that the regulator is doing, Kirill, for the past 18 months or so. I think that there has been a true breakthrough. We used to be working cautiously on the DFA platforms, and just recently, just last week, there is now this law on DFAs, and companies can now register them in their accounting for reducing their debt. This reduces costs in working with debt-related digital assets, and this is a very important element, a very important contribution to the development of this market. This is all joint efforts with you, among others. Yes, I hope when we meet again next year, we will talk about even greater progress, appreciated by our clients as well. Thank you very much. We thank all of the speakers and the moderator, Anatoly Popov. Once again, a round of applause. Dear colleagues, this has been an intense block. Let's make a short break to exchange our opinions and prepare for the next block, the next section, which will be just as fascinating. As tradition goes, for the Sber conference, we have our favorite assistant, the great GigaChat neural network, introducing its new feature, creating podcasts. This format allows you to digest information even easier. All you need to do is ask a question, upload a document or a link, and the neural network will summarize the key ideas and present it as a brief audio dialogue. GigaChat will be collecting all the popular ideas, all the things that we hear about today, so that we do not miss anything. We resume at 12:15 Moscow time.
Уважаемые гости и участники, к счастью, мне не нужно подзаряжаться и отдыхать. Рад, что вы готовы продолжить нашу программу. Мы начинаем второй блок
Welcome back.
международной
Let's
конференции
continue
FI
with the second block of the FI Day AI and Blockchain Conference, where we will talk about three big topics. Is GenAI becoming a true disruptor in finance? Is the transition to an AI-driven organization important? And why the development of payment systems is becoming a growth driver for economy? Let's welcome back our host, Veronika Romanova. Thank you for your unyielding support, dear Giga. You have done my job perfectly. I hope that you've had a nice break. You are reinvigorated, and let's continue. Let's first discuss the technology that is impacting each one of us in our day-to-day routine. AI, obviously. GenAI in finance, is it a revolution that is disrupting the entire industry, or are we simply observing some targeted improvements, some local yet powerful effects? Let's hear from our experts. Let's start the panel discussion, GenAI in finance today, industry disrupt or local effects. Please welcome our speakers, Alexey Klepikov, Vice President, Head of IT Cluster of MTS Bank, Daniil Naumov, Director for AI Innovation Development, Moscow Exchange, Adel Valiulin, First Vice President, Head of AI Technology Center, Gazprom Bank, and Maxim Grigoriev, CEO of FinTech Association. And of course, the moderator, Sergey Krylov, Vice President for Technology Business Development at Sber. Your thunderous applause for our participants.
Друзья, всем добрый день. Большое спасибо нашим гостям.
Hello, everyone. Hello, dear friends. Thank you to all of the guests and the speakers. We are going to discuss a very big, very broad topic, yet we do not have much time, so let's start with the first question straight away. So my first question is, Alexey, what is GenAI for you, for your company today? What are the benefits? What is working? What is not working? So the floor is yours. Well, we need to separate business from personal. Personally, I think everyone is using AI, and I myself, as a head of a tech block, I am obviously using it to set an example. This is this rare case where an IT director can once again revert back to being a developer. I have a few projects of my own that I have developed for Cursor, in Cursor, and this is a great step forward, meaning that not only an IT guy, not only an IT specialist can do things like that. Inside the organization, I would again divide it into the IT and non-IT functionality. With IT, the benefits are clear. AI as a co-pilot, and I think many have been making great progress in that. In terms of development cycles, we have significantly reduced the costs of business analytics and test scenarios. Everything related to test-driven development has become way easier to implement, has been streamlined significantly, which means a great improvement of the product. And also there is a transformational goal for any business. Any business has its own specific features, has its own context, and you need to understand where you can use which tools. Not all business cases are successful, so you need to approach the transformation program very carefully. We have this big transformation program where we combine a set of technologies, capabilities. We have partner companies that help us implement our projects, and we combine that with the business needs. So at the cross-section of the needs and goals and technologies, that's where we get the results. So that's the gist of it. Thank you, Daniil. I know that Moscow Exchange is aiming at becoming AI native or AI driven. Tell me which term is correct. At which stage are you currently? Yes, thank you for giving me the floor. I think AI native would be the correct term to use. I would like to take a step back a little bit. I think most of you here have at least once played video games. I think what's happening today in the world is something somewhat akin to terra incognita in a video game. The map in a video game that is not available to you just yet. So the world is striving to open up different sections of that map to see where the opportunities lie, meaning both ordinary users and businesses. What we're doing now is de facto, we are trying to uncover this hidden area, this terra incognita, and we are transitioning from proof of concept, because this is just a technical check, technical validation, which often has nothing to do with the business. We transition from that to proof of value. Every step we take needs to have value for business. Each incoming technology, including GenAI, means people still try to apply these old categories, these old approaches to it, which do not fit. So we have launched what we call a flywheel of GenAI transformation. The first thing we did was we gave access to as many people as possible within the company to high-quality AI products, because we wanted to change people's mindset. That's absolutely vital. When you're using something, it's useful, it's interesting, it gives you real value. You start to adopt different approaches, different categories in your own domain. The next step is AI-native ideas generated by our employees. Next, they go to the product development backlogs, initiatives, backlogs. And so I think each company now needs to launch this, to make this happen. It is impossible to just act as a small group and redesign the entire company for this brave new world, so to speak. So this is the stage we're at. And another interesting thing I wanted to mention, the coding changes. Early this year, we made this hard decision inside our team to abandon completely manual coding in favor of automated coding, and we reduced time to market by 12 times. 12-fold reduction of time to market. So we redesigned the entire team, and this is something we're counting on very heavily. As for the effects, I think we can get back to that after the other speakers. Thank you. Adele, what about you? I know that in addition to your other tasks, you are a head of the AI Center at Gazprombank. So what is working for you, what is not?
Thank you, Sergey. Hi, everyone. I think it's important to say at the start that banks and financial sector are the main beneficiaries from the implementation, because these organizations were able to relay the integrations into a financial efficiency. So now banks are actively implementing AI and rolling out these technologies in the processes. But if you talk about GenAI, I think in our bank we have realized that this is such a transformative, disruptive technologies that this is a separate section as part of the strategy. We had 6 sections and areas, streams of the strategy, and we decided to make a dedicated 7th block. So how did we decide to work on AI? We thought about 2 areas. First, assistance, and there are 2 types of the assistance. First is the kind of a general purpose assistant for all employees. It's going to be a kind of a personal assistant for the employees that can be used by all employees in the phone, with the phone. Co-pilots as well are using AI. It helps to write code more efficiently and quickly. That means shorter time to market. Then we're talking about specialized text assistants, and for those who work with the reports. So this is a set of specialized assistants. The second vector RAG tasks where you need to use your internal knowledge base to find answers. When you have an LLM, which is a kind of a brain, and you are fine-tuning it using your internal documents, and when employees start to work in your company, they don't need months of training to navigate through the internal documents, because they can use AI to find the answer. And agentic system is when the full-fledged AI models started to be implemented in various processes and start to deliver turnkey solutions. And this is a kind of a digital employee that you have, and how do you manage these employees, these digital employees? How do you orchestrate them to make sure that you not compete with each other and they work together? So, yeah, these are the things you have to work on, and this is how we see AI in our company, GenAI in our company. And when we deliver some projects with some language models like that, and today Mr. Graf talked about that in his introductory presentation, that you need to create a foundational model and do not make this diverse set of models, because if you create a lot of copies of the various models, it will be very hard for you to manage them all. So you have to select one fundamental model to make sure that it then can be used in various business processes. Thank you, Maxim. You have a more system-wide role. You're somewhere between the regulator and the banks. What do you see on the system-wide level as an industry? How do you organize everything? Like, what are the things you do in GenAI? Well, thank you for the question. And one of our topics is some words in our topic is disrupt and local effects. I will play the bad guy, the skeptic. Many questions, many concerns. I think that GenAI emergence helped us to address the potential AI winter that started to emerge at the start of 2020. And GenAI helped us to kind of warm up the interest. Maybe it's a hype, but some of these hype stories, they usually prolong the agony, but then the winter becomes even colder. And that is a concern, because many analysts are now noting their concern and saying that there are potential bubbles and overheating of the market. And statistics and analytics concerns me as well. MIT recently published a review, a research that said that only 5% of AI pilots of implementing AI, first of all, we're talking about GenAI, of course, only 5% give some real effect and give some real results. The effects, the assessments are different. Some say that every fifth project is successful. For the financial sector, maybe that's why we are optimistic. The figure is around 43% of the projects that are AI-driven, that are put on AI, are successful. So this is something to consider. Another thing that would be great to discuss with the participants today here. We are collaborating in a very efficient manner, and the leaders of Sber, they help a lot because they share their experience. And an important thing is the coverage of the financial organization's function is very fragmented. You understand how to apply GenAI in the communication channels, working with customers like chats, assistants, and other things. You understand how to use the GenAI with the personalization, but there are core processes as well. By the way, the supporting processes can be AI-friendly. Here we're talking about the document organization and augmentation of the developers, but there are some core processes where there are not that many ideas, and for us it's a major challenge right now to find ideas, to find some product cases where we could use AI in a more wide manner. And the maturity of our technology landscapes is one of the major concerns here, because without a properly prepared technical landscape, it's very hard to integrate GenAI properly. What leaders are doing, they create the platforms, the orchestration of GenAI, they integrate them with their own tech platforms, and the higher the maturity level of this platform, the more chances there are for success. There is another question, another issue of regulation, that maybe we shouldn't talk about that right now, because I mean, it's very important not to stifle this little bird of the AI development in the iron hands of the regulator. Yeah, well, our bad cop finished his speech during our panel session. Sorry, we're going to give you that name because you are playing this role. But, so, yeah, the question is about automation and making sure that how do we move from the automation and from some hype, from some hype to some real applications. So what are the barriers and what are the opportunities? I mean, obviously you can say that glass is half full or half empty, whatever. Maxim is an optimist, and it's the glass is half full for him. So my first question to Alexei and Daniil. Both of you, I mean, it's very important to have some personal experience, and Alexei just had that. Your personal experience, the personal experience of the leaders in the transformation, how important is it? What is the role of the people in this transformation? I think in any transformation, the role of the people is the key. Maxim is the bad cop today. I and Daniil will be good cops, I guess. We're good cops in the terms of the fact that we understand that it's not the technologies that are key to success. Technologies are more or less the same, but it's most important to understand how to properly use them, how to be reasonable in using them. Some in fintechs and in banks, why everything is better in terms of GenAI applications, because we understand how to experiment properly, and we have been doing that for quite a while. Now, you asked, what is the key point in success? Yes, the leadership engagement and involvement is very important, and I think I would add to this AI native idea of Daniil, AI first. You, as a leader, are trying to understand how to resolve your task with AI in personal life, as well as at work. And, you know, some family things can be worked out with AI. Everything is digitized. By the way, a simple life hack, you can put all your chats in Telegram. You can just download all your chats in Telegram in JSON. You can prompt the role of the AI machine that, okay, you are a psychologist, a therapist, and please analyze my chats. And they actually give you that information. So you start to regard AI as an assistant. So it's important to have that change of the mindset and not to say, okay, IT guys have to do something. IT guys can do anything. As an IT director with some background, I can tell you that's absolutely so. But there has to be some sense to that. So you ask, on the one hand, what is the key to success? On the other hand, you ask, what are the blocking factors? The blocking factors is the lack of that commitment and lack of this understanding. It's one of the components, and because without that involvement, without that understanding how it works, so you cannot expect a transformation just to happen at the background. Everyone has been participate in digital transformation. I mean, you have to do it. There's no choice to do that. But the leader of the company have to be committed, have to be engaged. Even a small working group will not move forward without the engagement of the employee. I had a team where co-pilots had a real success, and there are other teams where people got some bad co-pilot using the same stack and they didn't like it at all. And here it's very important to look into details and to be committed and involved. And so yeah, you have to be committed, and you cannot just say, yeah, just implement it, just for the sake of implementation. Daniil, any details to add? I think nothing beats the practice, hands-on education, hands-on training. You cannot start thinking in AI first with AI first mentality without working, without doing AI with your hands, using it in your real life. Now, we used to live in this so-called real sector of the economy, the manufacturing of commodities and some technology things. And Toyota came up with a lean production and other things that were really cool. Now, the essence is that they looked at the sequence of the operations, and with a stopwatch, they tried to understand how much time it takes, can you optimize the time. Something that is happening with GenAI. Modality might not be the proper word, but now within the modality of the corporate activity, we can do the same thing as Toyota did. But a financial organization is a company. As any company, it's a business. To optimize that, you have to have a critical thinking on the one hand. You have to understand how it works, what are the limitations of the models and the related technologies on the other hand, to make sure that you can properly range the knowledge, the cycles of processing of information to ensure that in the end you have some proper business value. I think that in the end we face, and everyone else faces, is that people with IT background and IT mentality try to simplify everything and try to put the patterns of thinking to the existing experience, but it does not work at all. When you do something not based on the technical scope, or when you have like 2 months for the development and there are some points you have to do to deliver. And here we are in the production process and in the discovery process, in the discovery stage. So you have to change the tires really quickly when you understand that you can do something better. And something that GenAI delivers in coding. We talk a lot about coding, but basically we're talking about the speeding up of change of the process of changing the hypothesis, and it gives us a lot of time-saving opportunities and that means it delivers the value when we decrease the time of validating the hypothesis. And leaders and heads of companies, heads of functions, they have to understand how all of that can help. And what Alexei told was something that I do resonate with. How can I do everything with AI-first mentality? Sometimes it's a painful thing to do, but can help to change the mentality. I would like to build on that. Another life hack: if you use AI to resolve your current tasks in their current way, it's not like using the microscope to drive in the nails, but it's like you have to change the way you work. What else can you think of? And sometimes it's hard to understand how to do it differently. And sometimes you can actually prompt AI to suggest some of the new ways of thinking. So you might think, how can you reformulate the task? You can ask a question for deeper goals, and it motivates you to think. And actually, the way that we go through in the real life in business planning, we learn how to better crystallize the tasks and the goals and how to do it differently. And long before these co-pilots, long before the projects that we started to pilot, you should analyze the idea in depth with AI long before you do the co-pilots. And there is the analysis of the research, analysis of the planning, and the agent development analysis. All of these things are very important. You have to look into that. And here are limitless opportunities at a very low price. That's with AI. So yeah, first of all, you kind of plan for the war, for the battle, and then you actually go to the battle. A small comment here. Wow, really, I forgot what I wanted to say. I think that's how AI influences us, you start forgetting things. Yeah, an important thing is that AI helps to generate ideas, yet without the firstly, understanding the ideas, AI will not help you, will not work. If you do not have a clear idea on the result and on the value, then you will have the same vague answer from the AI. So that's the key value. And one of the key values, I think, is the skill of having a very focused attention to make sure that nothing can distract you from this idea. I think it's a very complicated. I think it's a very important skill. Yeah, sorry, I'll jump in as well. So we do not think how to sell it all. That's a typical product problem. When you dive deep in what Daniil was talking about, this problem will be resolved. Okay. I think Maxim and Adel should have an opportunity to jump in our discussion. In your introductory remarks, you were talking about the organization, about the system-wide approach and platform-wide approach. Let's talk about that a little bit more in detail. Where is this, turnkey that will help you take advantage of the transformation benefits? Maxim? I think I will respond to the previous messages. I'll just take a couple of minutes. When we talk about AI, there's a lot of uncertainty in these projects. That means that when we develop a traditional IT task, like we develop an information system, we understand where we start from, and we understand the deliverables, and we understand the steps that are needed to be taken. For example, you drive your car using the navigator to some new location. You understand the route, you understand all the things you have to do, but the location is new. But what does it mean to deliver AI project? It's high uncertainty. You do not always know what will be your arrival point. And at every step of the way, you face major risks. And when you start working with data, you understand, okay, the data are not very of highest quality. They're not very clean. So you have to go back to the business process and try to make sure that the data are clean. And there are many other barriers in AI projects. There are many hidden things and risks that you have to mitigate. And if you compare it with the car driving experience, a developing AI project is when you have a torch and you go through a dark forest trying to understand what way to go to get out of the forest, of this black forest, and the torch is does not really give you the very lengthy light wave. So, and there are many dangers around in this dark forest. So you have, as you deliver these projects, you have to be stress resilient. It's like being in the forest. You need to try to calm down your stress and think to be able to get out. So that's about the projects. Sorry, I forgot the question. Yeah, I mean, building this kind of end-to-end system is very important. What are the key challenges? What are the key opportunities as part of the system-wide organization? I think now when technologies, including the language model technologies, have become more available, so every employee can deploy them on a home computer and they can put some prototype. That's another challenge for an organization because there are many ideas and prototypes that you want to implement as quickly as possible.
But I think it is important to understand that in an organization, from these local prototypes, you need to transition to large-scale implementations in business. I'll try to elaborate on this. You are not launching this local fireworks, but you are creating an air trafficking center to enable all employees to gain access to this solution. One department, one unit develops a prototype. Just imagine how difficult it would be to transfer it to another unit. Speaking of a bank, each unit has its own access rights, its own security regulations. So you need to understand at the very initial stage what the platform will look like, meaning you need to understand that each unit has its own security restrictions, its own rules, and you need to enable the access of all of them to this solution. So the goal is to transition from local victories to a uniform approach to managing these solutions. Maxim, can you continue with the platforms, what you touched upon in your opening remarks? I am speaking last, and I've heard so many interesting ideas from the speakers before me. And so this makes me, this encourages me to divert from a direct answer to the question. First, Alexei said a very important thing. I think it bears repeating. It needs to be kept in mind in order to be efficient and effective in applying AI in your business processes broadly and deeply. These business processes need to be redesigned, reimagined. This is a blockchain and AI conference, and this brings me to this case of distributed registers. A few years ago, everyone rushed to start implementing this technology. They were migrating to that technology with their business processes, with their existing products, and it turned out to be a mess. I had a smart guy tell me at this point that if you redesign them, because our legacy processes were built given the existing current regulations and restrictions. So if you redesign them, if you reimagine them, if you remove those barriers with the target processes and products, it turns out to be much better. I think same goes for AI. All our business processes, all our operational processes at this point are built, and we have been building them always, based on the premise that we have a human involved in them. So removing human from the equation allows for way better optimization of the process. And this also enables us to use AI much more efficiently. The successful use cases that I've seen for AI were all related to redesigned business processes. Another idea that Adele mentioned about the determination, or rather the non-determination, but I think he was talking about the global non-determination of projects involving AI. I see here another big problem that we really need to think about. We just recently had this wonderful AI journey conference where we also talked about multi-agent systems. What is a multi-agent system? It is a set of agents that communicate with each other, that cooperate with each other, that orchestrate, plan, and validate the result of each other. But what is the advantage of this technology? We are working with determined objects in our technological landscape, meaning software systems coded by programmers. We have control mechanisms for the outcomes of these systems. And we understand how to test them. But in the near future, and leaders are doing it already, we will have agents interacting, agents based on models, entities based on models, where you will not be able to determine the results. We all know how to work with GPT or another similar model, and you know how easy it is to predetermine the result. The solution to this problem exists, and this makes me think positively about the financial industry. I am talking about systemic mechanisms, the platforms that Sergey asked about. Platforms in the core technology landscape, platforms that have clear-cut characteristics. They are based on APIs, so you can call them using understandable formalized APIs. They have good, clear, controlled, manageable data processed on these platforms. And a platform for AI orchestration that has such features as behavior control. Something that we already know how to do with the classic systems. We didn't learn straight away. It took us some time. That happened about 20 years ago when we were transitioning to large-scale, enterprise-scale application of this technology. So at this new stage of technology development, this is something that we will need to do now. So technologically speaking, we have the answers, we have the tools, and the path forward is pretty clear. It's going to be challenging, but it's pretty clear. Thank you, colleagues. We talked about it from the perspective of people and technology, and I think some common thread is we talked about the non-determination and the switching between different hats. I think what we meant was the same thing. As a mathematician myself, I think it is important to understand not just what things are, but what things are not. Maxim, let's start with you first. What about the next 6 months or 18 months? What are the things that you would never entrust to AI? Well, that's a really difficult question. It's quite a challenging one. What I would not allow AI to take over. In terms of business, I think the first thing that comes to mind is the financial sector, and here I do not see any particular limitations. I see challenges in interaction with a human being, with issues or use cases related to AI and psychology. These are use cases where we start considering AI as a proper human-like counterpart. And we've heard of such use cases. For example, there's been this case where people blamed AI for enticing someone to commit suicide, a teenager. So when it comes to interaction with young people, especially young people, this is where we will need to be very, very careful. As for business-related cases, I don't see particular problems there. I only see this need to build guardrails. For example, various adversarial architectures in order to control the outcome better. Usually when we build an advanced multi-agent architecture, this is something that we cannot do without. This is included by default. And another thing I wanted to mention, something we need to be attentive about, the designing of efficient models as a co-pilot for a human being. I think this will relieve us from a lot of our phobias. This all harkens back to these concerns about AI replacing people and taking away their jobs. The scenario of human plus AI can be manifold. Cases where, for example, a human being checks what AI has done, or the other way around. There are hypotheses, ideas that are selected and then tested together. This holds a lot of promise.
обгона на повороте там, своих визави конкурентов, это вот придумывание таких вот эффективных паттернов.
And coming up with these effective patterns, effective use cases of AI plus human is something that will give a big competitive edge. I think you can remove your hat of a bad cop and become an AI optimist. Adele, are you as optimistic?
Ну, здесь главное, наверное, не хочется обсуждать вопросы этики там.
I don't want to talk about ethics, areas where we need to limit AI or LLMs. Speaking of business, specifically what we see at our bank is when we use LLMs, the first thing that comes to mind is text data, where you need to do an expert assessment of a document, for example. So what we see is we have a number of bullet points in this expert assessment. Out of 30 bullet points in the assessment, 10 are associated with high-quality answers, expert-level quality. And then there are other points, other cases where the LLM does not answer to our satisfaction. So we cannot just take a process, embed an LLM, and remove a human being from the process because the quality will drop.
Но мне кажется важно, ну и вот если мы говорим про то, где мы сейчас находимся, по
Speaking of where we are, with LLMs, there are experts, there are specialists, then there are beginners. An LLM is probably better than a total beginner, a total newcomer in a specific domain, but it is still worse than an expert. It is catching up, but it's still worse. I think the challenge is to find these areas in your business process where you can do some optimization thanks to an LLM. For example, free up some time for an employee with tasks where an LLM can be helpful, can be of good enough quality. For now, I do not see this particular domain, this single area where you can simply implement an LLM and maintain the quality level of human experts. Thank you, Daniil. I think there are two things that I would entrust an AI with. First, managing critical processes that are currently managed by determined systems or people. There are different versions of this. Following up what Adele said, we have cases where issuers want to issue bonds, and we need to scan and analyze a huge document, 300 pages or so, and we need to check it for compliance and for other aspects of compliance with regulations and internal regulations as well. We can, of course, involve AI in this, but we cannot just let AI take over it entirely, because if something is wrong with the prospect, the bond will result in some negative experience. People will see that there is a stamp of approval of Moscow Exchange. This will all have a continuation in the regulatory context, and at the end of the day, people will be held accountable. So anything related to financial operations, going back to manufacturing operations, this is not something that we can just give to AI entirely. And the other thing is goal setting. You cannot entrust AI with this fully, because if you do not manage the goal setting, you do not manage the outcome. I completely agree with the goal setting. This is something that we need to do ourselves, and we can use AI simply as a tool. It is very important to understand that AI is just an assistant. If you want to analyze data, you need to keep in mind that it has its own perspective. A simple example, have you ever tried uploading your medical data on ChatGPT? Don't be shy, raise your hands. So you can upload this data, and it gives you great analytics on trends, that sort of thing, but it doesn't give you high-quality recommendations. It can say, well, you are this vitamin deficient, well, just eat more vitamins. But the problem is that you do not have enough enzymes, which means the vitamins, even if you consume them excessively, will not work. So it just doesn't understand these internal processes, this internal mechanics, and you should not count on AI in understanding it. A very good example Daniil mentioned about the issuance prospect. As a board member, I understand that it can draw your attention to certain aspects, it can improve the quality of your work, but it's not something that you can delegate fully to the AI and expect it to be held accountable for it, because the one who will be held accountable is you. And also, it was rightly mentioned that people, young people as well, but people of all ages, tend to think that AI can be empathetic. It cannot. It does not have empathy. Does it want you to like it? Yes, it does. But you shouldn't have any illusions about it being your friend. It's just an assistant. It's just a mechanism that doesn't care about us. We need to understand it, and we need to use it appropriately. I've seen, unfortunately, these use cases where people start to treat AI not just as a friend, but as this assistant that can really give you life advice, something that you can implement in your real life. That's not something you should do with this. Even searching in a browser is starting to get delegated to AI. So, to a larger and larger extent, it will be guiding you in different aspects. You remember there's been this movie with Adam Sandler about having this magic remote control that you can use to control your life? So AI is just something that is there to help you. It's just your assistant. The one who controls your life is you. We are nearing the end of our session, so a very brief question for a very brief answer. We've talked about the good things. Today, let's talk about the future. 2 years from now, GenAI in your business, what will it look like? Let's transition from family matters to business. So GenAI, is that something that will have a transformative effect for the entire business, or will it have localized effect rather? Anyone? I can say. Brief introduction, a stock exchange business, how it all began and how it changed. In the 20s, in the US, the first stock exchanges appeared for a broad public. That was basically the Wild West. Those who were the first to learn how to do this were reaping all the rewards. Then SEC, the beginning of regulation. Can you please speed up, because this will take a long time. Right, so it was a long process. Sorry? It was a long process. Markets were becoming more and more efficient. Next, derivatives emerged. The first people to come into this reaped all the rewards, and then the market was becoming more and more efficient. People were starting to hedge. Then the cable between New York and Chicago, the evolution of trading, a new technology appeared. People gained alpha returns, and then they once again came to constraints of this technology. And now we're once again saying that AI cannot trade, cannot give recommendations. We should not believe that it will not be used for the evolution of the industry, same as the technology before it. Thank you, colleagues. Other opinions? I think it will be a disrupt for sure. We're discussing the transition from local victories to large-scale changes, and it's important to understand that the transformational changes that we will see 2 years from now will all belong to companies, will be in the company's hands, and if you start start thinking about it now, without waiting, democratize the technology, make it available to all employees in the company based on platforms within the organization, then definitely the organization will become more efficient. Speaking of banks, the financial sector, with its huge amount of processes and points where such solutions can be embedded. And based on these local changes, you can improve the overall productivity of the organization.
Okay, Maxim, we'll wrap it up, I think. Alexei? Gentlemen, the floor is yours. I think it's a transformation story. As digital transformation and any other previous transformations, it will become a commodity. It will be part of our life. You're talking about 2 years. I think in terms of businesses, it will be longer than that. As for the technology, everything has already happened. I mean, now we're just going to get the low-hanging fruits and just do it. It will be everywhere, ubiquitous in all of our life matters. Will it be different? Yes, it will be more convenient and it will be better. I believe in the positive scenarios, and as many futurologists think the same, actually, and I agree with them. So, but you are responsible for yourself. I think that in 2 years there will be a good divide. A divide will be very much visible between the leaders of the disruption activities, and those who will be lagging behind, and those trying to catch up.
Друзья, спасибо вам большое. К сожалению, наше время закончилось.
Thank you very much, friends. Our time is up. Let's thank our great speakers for a lively discussion. I hope it was instructive. Thank you so much. I will take off the hat of the moderator and will join the panel discussion. I'm very optimistic. I think in 2 years we will see GenAI being used in a totally different manner in businesses. Thank you very much, and see you on the coffee breaks of our conference. Thank you very much. Let's thank Sergei Krylov, the moderator, and all the panelists. Let's thank all of the panelists for raising the questions and finding the answers and inspiring us to find the answers. And I think this is a topic that has no end and is very deep. And I would like to remind you that GigaChat is going to summarize the key messages of the panel discussions in the form of podcasts. To access them, scan the QR code that you see on the screen. AI is rapidly becoming an integral part of the businesses, and as we have heard, the leading tech companies are transitioning to a GenAI by default model. Sber is implementing AI assistants and agents, integrating them into key processes, and the future operational model is based on a redistribution of roles. AI takes on a significant share of tasks, while humans validate and manage the quality of the outcome. This paves the way for a more autonomous and productive work model. Today, precisely about how to build the AI-driven organizations of the future. We will hear it right now. Let's welcome to the stage Kirill Menshov, Senior Vice President and Head of the Technology Block of Sber. A round of applause, please.
Так, да, друзья, всем добрый день.
Friends, ladies and gentlemen, hello. It's lunchtime. People are going to grab something to eat. I hope that those who remain for the presentation will still have some food left after that. We'll try to make sure it is like that. We'll see what is happening. Last year, at the same conference, I was sharing the achievements that was in the previous year, and today I'm going to talk about 2025 and our plans for the future. Everything is going according to the plan. My presentation has 3 parts. First of all, how AI is changing the market, how GenAI transforming Sber, and what is the new model of work that we're going to implement next year. Now, Sam Altman, our favorite guy in 2024, forecasted that we will see companies with like 10 people with a 1 billion valuation, and he was correct. Many companies like that, unicorns, you can see there are some solo startups that got 8 employees, but then they were buying the startup. Then when the startup was acquired, there was just one person there. So yes, AI startups become unicorns, and if before startups had to have an entire team to deliver, now it's not needed. Now wipe coding is used by startups, used in prototypes. Our gigacode in agent mode, and for startup it's enough. I mean, you need a team to move forward, but for a startup that's enough. Leaders are going to GenAI by default. They stop hiring people that cannot use AI at work. They assess the employees who can adapt to the AI era, and those who cannot, the latter got fired. Obviously, the capability of using AI is the same as 30 years ago was. There was a requirement to know how to use Windows and Microsoft Office. So it's the same with AI, and I think that next year it will be the same for us in terms of our hiring policy. Now, the autonomous nature is growing rapidly. GenAI in many processes is working in autonomous mode. In November, we had the first autonomous developments in production. That means that the Jira tasks are executed by the GenAI network, given as a pull request to the developer. If the developer approves it, it goes back. Obviously, there's not a lot of tasks like that. We target small tasks right now, but as the systems grow their capabilities, the number of these tasks grow. What are we doing under the hood? A year ago, I showed that, but we are going from AI-assisted to AI-driven development. When code is created in Gigacode in a special window, it's somewhere here, but when the autonomous network is resolving your pull request and the code, improving the code, it's somewhere here. By the end of the year, the majority of our team will be here still. The number of automated tasks is small. We started in November. The second part of December, we're going to have a freeze, obviously, like many of you. But next year, we're going to have a major leap forward. Now, there are many challenges, and what are they? First of all, the efficiency depends on the quality of the data and the initial quick access to them. We created a system for automatic resolution of the defects. Developers cannot describe the defect. Usually it's just a screenshot, and you cannot understand what is the defect about from description. AI cannot work out these defects. So on the other hand, when developers see when AI can resolve the problem, resolve the task, they start to describe it differently, and then the tasks can be resolved, can be corrected by AI, and many know that GenAI transformation has been actively implemented in Sber, hundreds of agents in production, and we're developing many of them right now. How are we going to control the landscape and the stability? We have the requirements for the stability of the agents. We can share them, by the way. We think that if we follow this standard when we develop an agent, then we will be able to properly manage the production. What do? More than 60 agents are being developed in the technology block. There are around 900 agents right now in the bank. Basically, right now, we are rethinking everything we do. We're getting our key processes and life situations, and we see how can we reinvent them with agents. Obviously, we are on the early stages of GenAI transformation, the same as with the early stages of the digital transformation that we experienced 20 years ago. It's not a transformation, it's a number of initiatives on digitization and basically migration to AI that I mean, with these initiatives being implemented, we will be able to make a qualitative leap forward to ensure the autonomous development of software. The key is that the software development for us is, we call it AI PDLC, product development lifecycle. There are 30 agents here spread across the entire cycle of development of features and software, and everyone has to be monitored because the synergy is very high. If the better the analytics, the better the the more autonomous are the other stages, like the development of tests. And it's important to work on all agents. I mean, the main question for every IT expert, what will happen with the IT world? Will the IT personnel be laid off? And maybe all the developers will be replaced by AI? We believe in two things. The first one is written here. We understand that in the era of this radical transformation, we start to look at meta skills. We understand that soft skills and hard skills determine who you are, but in the age of such breakneck speed changes, it's the meta skill that is important. System thinking. How quickly can you learn and transform and adapt? These are the keys. These meta skills are the key for the person and for the teams, because you cannot even imagine what processes will look like in the next 3-4 years. You cannot know what soft skills and hard skills will be important. For soft skills, it might be possible, but there are no hard skills that you can predict that will not be redundant in 2028. You do not have technologies like now, but what can you focus on now? Meta skills. So the second thing we believe in is that the developers have to write code, but the growth of the manual development will be almost zero. But the autonomous development done by multi-agent system or agent systems will grow exponentially. The man in the loop obviously will control everything, but gradually they will give more freedom to the multi-agent systems to develop software. What is happening in our case? The key flagship product is GigaCode. We are talking about that a lot. It's, by the way, available for free as well. You can leverage that. We're using it in the team. More than 16,500 developers use it. Not only developers, by the way. We had a revelation that analysts use it because, often analysts cannot describe a separate increment properly, and when there is a new task for an analyst, it's hard for them to understand what is already there or not. They just load code in GigaCode and ask it to convert it into business requirements or analytics, and they work with it further on down the road. The same with the testers. They load a model. They ask to write test cases, and the test cases are being generated by AI. So GigaCode is not just about code. Far from it. The process of developing this software is very slow and very gradual. As you can see, the AI-generated code is not growing really quickly. Last year, when I was presenting on this stage, it was only 25% of the code that was AI-generated and then accepted by the team. That means that the 75% of the code was not satisfactory for the team. Now we have 55%. In November, we launched GigaCode. It has a multi-agent environment and the automatic execution, and there the validators, the developers, the controllers and validators together cooperate with each other and deliver end-to-end tasks in terms of creating a multifunctional model. And this system helps us to ensure the autonomous delivery of the tasks. The tasks are not complicated. That's understandable. We are talking about the CodeChat 235B model, so it does affect the multi-agent execution environment. If you look at a scenario, in some case, in some sense it was a discovery. Many years ago we were talking that we're going to the diverse teams, We used to have like a developer, a UX designer, and other things. Now, every role is not just a solo developer, but it's a kind of a team lead or a senior developer that has an unlimited number of junior developers. And these junior developers are these multi-agent systems. And here, many rules are in place. I mean, obviously, you cannot put a difficult task for a junior employee. You cannot just put a difficult task for them and to ask them to work out a difficult issue.
But the developers that take this, that go the extra mile and gain these skills of managing Junes, they do achieve these results. They take a big task and they decompose it into smaller tasks that AI can digest. These tasks do have do necessitate a certain sequence, mental sequence of steps to achieve the goal, but it does give you fantastic results. What we see, how can we measure the extent to which we are using this at Sber? Tokens, obviously. These are the tokens that the developers have been using, just the developers. The popularity, or the productivity has grown almost 15-fold this year. Another interesting study that we conducted just recently, the impact on developers. Our developers that daily use GigaCode were compared with the developers that we also have that do not use GigaCode at all. The interesting finding was that those that use GigaCode all the time have 60% more code commits than those who do not use GigaCode. So it does make sense to count on the people who have these skills to adapt fast to the emerging technology. We do not stop there. We are bringing all of our products to the market, very often completely free of charge. So I encourage all of you to give them a try. GitBus is the most popular Russian equivalent of GitHub that we're developing, once again, free of charge. It has all of the autonomous development products that I mentioned. We understand that it's not the time to try to make profit from each other. We are striving at technological sovereignty, so we need to try to develop technology together rather than just swallow a bigger share of the pie. Another interesting finding, as a technology bloc, we are also responsible for the operational activity of the bank, and for us in our work, it is important to not just develop agents for development and other things. At the bank, we want to automate all kinds of operations. And we are aiming to create this digital employee. This is something that will completely change the operational model as it is. We used to issue guidelines for people that use AI as a tool. Now we have automated systems that can do things entirely autonomously, and a human being becomes a buddy, so to speak, for such an AS. We see fertile ground, fertile soil for implementation, for processes that can be easily done by AI. 40% of tasks that we couldn't automate earlier are now automated. We see significant acceleration, and the promise is that the acceleration will only continue, will only increase. 80% of those who developed and implemented agents know that there is a major barrier. Developing an agent that does something and is an MVP is something you can do in a day or even a couple of hours. You write a few prompts and they have the agent. But to achieve the 80% quality, alignment with what a human being can do, an expert can do, this is something that is a completely different task. And in that way, it differs from what we had before. Before, we used to have to code for a very long time, but when we did an MVP, it was not that far from the ultimate goal. Now it's different. You can do an MVP in a day, but there is a huge distance from an MVP to the ultimate result, and you need a lot of skills to achieve it. A few words about the new model of work. As we see it, we see that we are building this organized communication between autonomous agents and people in performing different tasks. We're shifting towards mixed teams, meaning agents and people use the same corporate messenger, for example, Sber chat. People and agents are assigned tasks from Jira. They publish the outcomes there in Jira as well. They publish the code in our repository, both agents and people. So in that way, the activities of an agent in terms of digital artifacts is becoming very similar to what people do. And we are shifting in that direction purposefully. We see that this is the same direction that the global community is adopting, the US primarily, because they are creating similar systems for work. A very simple example, not many people think about this and are very cautious in approaching this. Automated support, similarly, this is something that you need to delegate to agents last, but that's not the case. That's not our case, at least. The IT landscape of Sber is probably the biggest in the country, and we have a lot of people engaged in support. When an incident occurs, you can preliminarily process it autonomously, almost 90% autonomously. And for 60% of incidents, you do not have to involve a human being at all. So once an incident occurs, agents can immediately identify vulnerabilities in the landscape. They can analyze precedents, similar incidents, what were the response measures to previous incidents, and they will engage a human being only after they have done all their preparatory work. And on top of that, it only takes a few minutes. Now, to respond to an incident in a non-automated mode, you need to engage a specialist, a high-skilled specialist, and then you need dozens and dozens of minutes to analyze and respond. And at night, it's even worse. So, if you have an approach like this, it's very difficult to automate these things. But once you've done it, it significantly reduces the response time and the time that is needed to provide options to a human response team. And in the minutes that I have left, I suggest a quick poll. I'm very interested in what you think, what we can do together, not just Sber, not just myself. I promise next year at the next conference we will give you an update of what we have done and what are our plans for 2027, what are our facts and figures and results, what we're ready to share. But I would like to hear from you. Which share of your operations you are ready to delegate right now to agents, provided that you trust those agents. Let's say you have a team or you're a member of this strong team, you have an agent. And very often you do need to involve a human being to achieve the 80% quality threshold. So which portion of your work you can delegate to agents? Let's see how you're voting. 78 people have already voted. Thank you very much for being so active. Thank you for not opting for the coffee and cookies available outside the hall. Let's give it a round of applause. Thank you for your patience. I promise there will be enough cookies for everyone. Okay, so what are the results? 30%, 38% believe that up to 50% of their work can be delegated. 75% can be delegated to agents. 30% of you think so. So if I had to answer, I would choose something between 25 and 50% because we have highly critical systems, and if you involve an AI in highly critical systems, that would be a reason for concern. But up to 100% of work can be delegated to AI. That's what 2% of you answered. Those are surprising results. I did not expect that. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause to Kirill Menshov. Kirill, please stay on the stage for just a little while. I have a few questions that I would like to ask you, and I'm sure the audience would like to ask you. What are the criteria that allow us to determine that an AI is truly AI-driven and is not just using AI for localized, targeted things? So for me, the definition is this. There is AI native and there is AI-driven. I think it's easier to first say what is AI native. And my answer is the same as the answer I had for digital native organizations. Digital native organizations are organizations that cannot exist with comparable parameters without an AI. We do not have that many organizations of this kind. For example, Perplexity, if you remove AI from Perplexity, it will not be able to operate at all. Drawing an analogy with digital native organizations, Sber is a digital native organization, and God forbid something happens with the digital technology, we will not be able to service all of our customers. We do not have enough brick-and-mortar branches. We will not be able to operate without the digital. We will not be able to service payments or cash collection. We will not be able to accept digital payments. So this is a digital native organization. Same goes for a GenAI native organization. This is something that we are shifting towards. There are things from which we can remove agents, but then at some point, if we remove all of them, the entire business will come to a screeching halt. So an AI-driven, for me, this is something different. This means the extent to which AI is driving your process versus a human being. The clearest example is Yandex Taxi. So on one hand, you have this taxi driver that is driving you somewhere, but it's not the driver that decides whether they will pick you up or drive you someplace. This is what AI decides. So it's an AI-driven process. And we are doing something similar in development. We have a buddy/mentor, mentoring leads and developers in terms of which task to embark on, but it's not the same as Yandex Taxi still. So in terms of AI-driven, we are not an AI-driven organization yet. We're just moving towards it. Let's take a step beyond this. What are the technologies that you believe are the most significant other than GenAI? Well, it's very difficult to say. We have just embarked on working with GenAI, and just this year we got the first multi-agent systems that can perform different tasks well. AGI is still something that we are working on, and there are different forecasts as to when we can achieve it. Maybe that this is feasible by 2030, but still this will radically change the landscape. I'm very interested in seeing how. Given that AI will start to get more and more involved in research and science, I think we can expect a lot of scientific breakthroughs that people will do thanks to AI. I'm very curious about this. Thank you very much. That's why we are organizing these conferences, to look beyond the horizon, to try to predict certain things. Kirill Menshov, your applause for Kirill. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Once again, we thank all of our speakers and Kirill Menshov for this fascinating perspective on transformation from the inside. But any company, even the most advanced company, exists in a broader context of the entire industry. We talked about the digital horizons of the country, the perspectives of GenAI, but what about the day-to-day routine, the transactional part of the banking business? What is the direction of the national payment system development? What are the expectations of the market, and what is the regulator focusing on? Let's hear about it. From the participants of the professional dialogue, Vice President of Sber, Director of Global Correspondent Network Blog, Stella Kudachkina, and Director of the National Payments System Department of Russia, of the Bank of Russia, Alla Bakina.
Добрый день.
Hello. There's a full audience here. It's very nice that after such interesting discussions, we're getting back to Earth, so to speak.
Мы поговорим о платежах.
We're going to talk about payments. It's evident that today no one is thinking about payments as something invisible, a back office function. Especially in the last 2 years, there were so many conversations about settlements and payments that actually I was surprised that payments wasn't the word of the year, last year, I mean. Evidently, payments is a very serious structural part of the economy. The national payment system is actually an element, an indispensable element, which is indispensable for the economic development of the country. So, because the national payment system includes the payment system of the Bank of Russia and a couple of other subjects, such as payment systems operators and the electronic platform operators, so is actually a full-fledged area which must be regulated. And we have here Alla Bakina with us, the director of the Department of the National Payment System. Alla and her team work with standards, accessibility, but also other important things such as the technological development of the infrastructure and its stability. So today, for the last 2 years, actually the market faced a lot of challenges, which actually are very important. So we had to work on transitioning towards the Russian software and other related topics. Of course, there are a lot of efforts was spent on these tasks. So we actually have the goal of efficiency. Today we're talking about AI, and such topics are actually, I know that after conversations with other banks, that these are the most important ones. Alla, what is in the focus of the attention of the regulator? What tasks or maybe challenges? Please share this with us. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me and for asking these questions. I'm very happy to participate in this discussion, to be part of such a wonderful event organized at this stage. I absolutely agree that the development of the national payment system is a driver, is a core of changes in the economy. It's not a secret, it's not in vain that the national payment system is compared with the blood vessels of the economy. We all well understand that if something goes wrong with the payments or they stop, everyone starts to feel that, beginning with the governmental structures and all of us, the citizens. So, in the focus, it's actually part of our all strategic level documents. So we are trying to look at this in this way, so that all the needs of all the participants are to be satisfied. It's citizens and business. This also includes banks and the state, of course, I mean in the payments area. So the development of the technology, the development of the infrastructure, of course, adds to that, adds to the stability and the competitiveness on this market. It stimulates the appearance of new products and services, everything that is aimed at the ultimate consumers. We're all rooting for the competition on the product level and on the documents level. As far as our role as the regulator is concerned, we are aimed at the following. This was part of our regulation and part of our supervision and coordination of all participants. What I mean is the seamlessness of the whole infrastructure, stable of the whole infrastructure, and also its openness. If we go deeper into that, the main tasks which we're working on, and we're working together with the market, with all other participants, what is directed at the sustainability of the payments infrastructure. This is expansion of RTGS, our Bank of Russia payment system, so that it works together, not just as separate modules. And if we talk about seamlessness, as I said, the efficiency of using technologies and standards for through processing of payments, this is ISO 2022.
Тогда все-таки разберемся подетальнее, да? Вот вы сказали изменение операционного дня расширения.
Let us go a bit more into detail, expanding the operating time for the payment system of the Bank of Russia, right? We know that right now the payment system is working up to 18 hours, 19 hours, and then it's closed. So how is it going to look like in the near future? So what we want to do is to make all of the systems and services work with the lowest possible 15 or 30-minute break, which is required for the end-of-day procedures. So we have the experience of such work in the retail area, the quick payment system, which works 24 hours a day. And there's also the line where the calendar day ends, but the operating date still hasn't. So we need to align that, and we have experience for that. This expands the opportunities for the clients, for the credit organizations, and banks are our clients. This will allow, considering the geographical broadness, give us the opportunity to make payments regardless of the time of day and regardless of the date. Well, this sounds very positive, but there is a difference. Calendar day, operating day, you said that. Of course, we look at the documents that are readily available and openly available, and we like this product, but there are some nuances that needs to be explained. For example, there is the next day that comes, physical calendar day in the East, and the client has made payments in the last payment period, but physically, when will he have the money? We have the notion where there's something not quite clear. We need to think about introducing the valuation date, which is in the international practice. Maybe have you thought about that? Yes, we have, and we are discussing that. Let us try to understand what the valuation date is. The valuation date and its use in the international practice is about the fact when payments are going on for a couple of days, and it's important where the performance of obligations actually are exacted. So when the buyer needs the money to be credited at a specific date according to the contract. So we usually don't talk about long-term transactions, especially in the Russian space. Monetary flows, it's not about days. The majority of services work online or with 15-30-minute delays. So it's determined in the legislation. So the bank needs to debit the money from the account of the buyer and credit them to credit them to the seller on the same day or the next day. So when the performance of the obligations, it's about the time when the client actually sees the money on their account. And it's this fact, as we see it. It's, it's about the negotiations, the agreements between the customer and the seller. And the payment system is just an element of the infrastructure that makes the processing of this payment possible. Of course, it works based on the specific rules in terms of the time. Of course, it's well-known information. The banks and the clients know that. So what new can we make here? What we have is that the time, as we said, the operating day and the calendar day may be different, but that's an objective reality that has to do with the fact that our big country has 11 time zones, and that contributes to that difference between East and West. And also there are procedures of the end of day where the settlement must take place, rebalancing or getting a loan or a deposit. So in the information that we give to our customers, the banks, and they can bring it then to their own customers, physical and legal entities, the whole information is available on the calendar day and the performance time, and also information on the operating day. It's all there. So we need to have a look at where, in terms of the contract, is it the cooperation with us or with you and your customers, what needs to be done? But there are no boundaries here. We already can do that. Clear, that's a very important explanation. That system is working 24/7, but with that, you need to have to take a look at what is in the contract. Allah, actually today, there are a lot of representatives of banks, Russian banks, and banks of our friendly countries. I would like to make a short survey and ask the colleagues about what wakes them up at night in the context of payment system, the settlement system, what the priorities are, and maybe difficulties they may have. So what is in the focus of their attention in their respective organizations? So we have the QR code for this voting, and we may begin. Let's just write down one or two words of the things that wake you up at night or that trouble you.
Коллеги. Вот у нас появляется облако тегов.
We now have the tag cloud.
Выбрать из списка, да, чтобы...
Да, вот чем больше шрифт, тем больше...
Yeah, the bigger the size, the more people voted for that. So the leaders are changing. I see that one of the leaders is the trans-border payments, economy, speed, cybersecurity, sanctions, AI, speed again. I think that's it. And reliability and trans-border payments. Yeah, trans-border payments, because it is very sensitive, I'm not going to discuss it publicly, but we will agree that it's one of the problem zones. So one of the leaders here have been set, speed and economy. Yeah, actually, they correspond to what our market and us as the regulator and our banks is the regulations and the standards. About the standards, Alla, I think you mentioned two of the projects at the start. One is 24/7 and the standards. Do I get it right? We're talking about ISO 20022, which the market is nearing in the Russian context and in the international context, 20022. It's clear for specific reasons. We had to replace the imports and other matters which changed the priorities. So it's clear that today, what's the picture in terms of me as the market participant? We are working with foreign banks and also in the ruble area. Some of them are present here. But the international payments are going on in rubles, in SWIFT format. It's SWIFT RUR, but still, on November 22, it transferred to the ISO format with a deferral for the ruble space and for countries that work with it. And in Russia, with the central bank's plans and our own plans, it's still not a priority for us. What do you think? Do we need to change something here or to move in our own mode? How the central bank sees this? Thank you. This is actually a very important topic. Frankly, I would say that we haven't changed our plans. Initially, when we started to talk about this and when we determined this as a priority, we set our own speed because there are so many changes mentioned here, and a very big number of participants need to do specific work. So from the beginning, when we set the standards together with the market, at the earlier stages, we involved banks and the participants in this work to be able to get acquainted with them deeper and more efficiently, to understand how to rebuild our own processes. So we're moving in this direction, even regardless of this current situation of Russia and our financial community. It's actually part of the world's economy and the country itself. So moving in the joint area, but we're moving in the same area, but with different speeds. We need to do this in a specific way that's convenient for our market, but the general way is the same. The general direction is the same. So the need to unify and standardize is there, and the international community, of course, adopts that faster and earlier. But for the CIS countries that work in the ruble zone, there was a deferral, right? They said that temporarily they can work, but it's available just for this specific space, using the old formats. But at any moment, the situation can change. And we, with SWIFT, faced that, and all of the possible risks were realized, and we need to think about that, and we accept that. So how we determined and agreed with the market, we're starting our transition from the payment system of the Bank of Russia. But even within our system, we're doing it in two stages because the participants are different. The scale of changes is different. It's important to take into consideration because it's also about risks. On the first stage, we're going to a convertible format so that all participants could work with it seamlessly, those who are ready. and that who make the necessary changes, and those who need a little bit more time. And then we will determine the final date, the date of the final transition. If I talk about the time, the first stage is 2020. Next year, and after it ends with a certain deferral, we'll discuss this with the banks, there will be the final date. And the third step is going outside of the payment system for other participants. But I will say again that all the standards, all of the methodology, all of the rules are there, they're accepted, they're accessible. So this information can already be considered by everyone, and you can all align with that. So those who can move faster, they should do it, and those who have other priorities can also still work from the point of view of the central bank. Thank you. Thought about the standards, thought about the economy. Is there a plan in the near future to have IBAN? Because our Russian payment system is very nice, but it's very complex, so many letters, so many words, so many problems. Is there anything done in this area? I will remind you that the Russian standard IBAN was registered in 2022. It's available. And the banks still have this opportunity. I mean, those who work with their foreign counterparts, if they actually need that, they can use it. And we prepare specific recommendations. But in Russian perimeter, you mean? Yes, exactly. I would say that it's not a one-sided question. IBAN is just another reference that links together the other things. So it all remains. Especially considering the fact that strategically we're going into ISO 20022, which is in the structure, it also includes IBAN. So if someone needs that, we'll have this opportunity and capability. But to do some other general change, to introduce IBAN, we don't see any request for that, and we don't have an evident advantage for that. We are ready to discuss this with the market if necessary. Because the payment system of Sber is rather big, we're looking at the speed that you're developing with and having the conversation with the market. We try to move on, to expand, to have some new functionalities introduced. We analyze the work of our banks. And using this opportunity, I would like to say that we had a very difficult transfer towards the Russian infrastructure. At the beginning of the year, we did that, but with the hardship. So, and we learned some lessons. If we talk about the speed, of course we work without credit risk. It's the payment against liquidity. And this is also about the additional spending and lower speed. So I have two questions. Are there any tools for the central bank that it has to simplify working with liquidity on the interbank market? And then I'll ask the second question. Of course, there are instruments. Again, we're working on the request of our participants, so we have well-known instruments in the monetary policy area, and I know banks are using them very actively.
один из участников, федеральное казначейство,
One of the participants is the Treasury, and they had the initiative a year ago. We supported actually this initiative because we're talking about the budgetary funds, about the creation of the mechanism that would help manage this liquidity more efficiently. Within this year, with the stock exchanges and the settlement depository, there was the mechanism for ending these transactions in the payment system of the Bank of Russia. We did that, and the effect for the Federal Treasury is clear. So they collected in one place the liquidity, and they are more efficient and fast to work with the results of these transactions. Also, there are advantages for the banks. The banks that participated in this pilot project, actually this week, we started to pilot this at the specific transactions, how this works. We see that the banks also have less need for liquidity, thanks to the netting mechanism, and also the fact that they're using funds on the correspondent accounts, and they have additional mechanisms and tools to manage this liquidity, including by using liquidity pools that we already have in our payment system. So let us look at that. If there are suggestions which the banks say to decrease the risk, we know that it's zero risk usually. Let's use this opportunity. And so if this raises the efficiency of our participants, we can only welcome that. Yeah, I actually wanted to say that we're thinking in this area, and we're planning to study the matter of re-registering the payment system of Sber with the credit risk. You know, it's a big process. We need to be very careful with that. There are limits, reliability matters. We think it will make the life of the banks quite easier. The transactional activity, for example, based on the inter-day loan, which will be given out by Sber, I think it's one of the ways to reach the results, to solve the matters that the people just voted for example, speed and the reliability. I hope that the regulator will support us, train us, correct us, make it easier for us. You know, the methodology of the payment system, it's about working with the risks. There are international standards, there are our internal requirements. You're quite right that all the nuances and the details are important, so we're ready to discuss that and to see what lacks right now. We're also always open for dialogue, so we can discuss that quite openly. Today, the conference is held under the aegis of blockchain, AI, and we must touch upon this topic in our dialogue. So, you know, the payments is a very conservative area. There are fields, there are statutory documents in theory. And in practice, we understand that we're all working with many deviations in this area, and there should be a balance between among these things. There's STP, and you have to return everything, but then the client is not very happy. It's sort of striking a balance. So the AI could maybe help us, because if a person is looking at some sort of deviations, then they have to make a decision, go to a couple of places. What if this is a multi-agent network that look very fast at all of the previous cases and then decides, or somehow else? I want to ask the audience and then ask you. What do you think about AI, the use of AI? Considering everything we've heard, what do you think if it's applicable in this area, or in which areas it is applicable, especially in areas having to do with payments or with settlements? Where would you start testing AI? Or maybe you already have started testing AI. Which areas? Again, please scan this QR code and answer. Give us your suggestions.
У нас вопрос не выводится, да? Ну тогда еще раз, в каких процессах, связанных с расчетом?
The processes related to the settlements.
Пока аудитория отвечает, я, в общем-то, скажу, что мы, конечно, тоже пытаемся.
We ourselves are trying. No, we already have the results.
Так, исправление ошибок.
Correcting mistakes. Compliance.
Большими буквами у нас
with big letters.
Это, пожалуй, лидеры.
These are the leaders.
Кибербезопасность, маршрут платежа.
Routing, compliance. So working with deviations, that's it. Yep. Routing, working with fraud.
Проверка бюджетных платежей.
Checking budgetary payments, specifying the details. I think actually almost all of these payment process were mentioned. Actually, it's a very good sign, because we need to move on, and decreasing costs. It's in the salaries part of the balance sheet. So if the model is very precise, then the quality of correcting mistakes also must be rather high. Alla, I will now ask you, where does the regulator look in this specification? You have plans, maybe, or projects in using AI in the payments context. Can you share this? You know, the artificial intelligence is something, is one of the technologies that finds its way into our lives for an efficient use. But if we look back, we will see that the payments area, payment systems, is the area where all of the new technologies, everything that appeared, everything is being tried and tested, and the most efficient things stay and begin to be used. No one is thinking about the contactless payment as a new technology. It seems like it's already under our skin, so to speak. I think AI has very big future. It's like looking for an efficient model and areas where, inside even the payment sphere, it is used. We as a regulator, and it's our job actually, to support new technology. Here it is important to give the market the opportunity to adapt, to set the use practice and the experience as well. We are very attentive about that. We don't go too deep into the very active regulation to set up barriers or write down specific rules, because we don't want to be in the way of the progress. The market is very flexible, very adaptive, and we're actually very interested in what is going on. And even the documents that we as a regulator have published, the ethics code, our report, and the main areas of the financial technologies for the year 2027. So our position in terms of the AI, I would formulate it as a risk-oriented approach and technological neutrality. So we need to have practice. We are not an exception. We want to use the best practices too. But it's more of a limited approach here to use it as an aid, but without decision-making function passed on to it. We understand it very well. If we do this, there can be unthinkable consequences. So using AI for analytics, for working with big data, for looking for specific laws or deviations, or having signals or maybe hints, which it will take more time for the human brain to process. And no one will, I think, would argue that it's the future. We see a lot of cases, a lot of examples, and children even are using AI for their homework. But there's also a separate part. You said it right. The balance is very important, and the use of every technology. It's about the payment system and for everything else. I think those of you who were here when Mr. Grev spoke, I actually liked it very much when he showed the slide with the fact that the regulators are also going in the way of adoption. But the regulators always lag behind a little bit because they are more conservative, and they have to be. And we just heard this confirmation, the illustration of these words. But it's nice that you're looking there and that you're ready to watch the market practices. And I would like to say a couple of words about where we're moving in this area. We're looking at all of the processes because we really need to understand the value versus risk versus cost. We think that in the payments area, there is the area where it can be used, starting from the onboarding, which may be difficult, the Russian onboarding for the foreign participants. We're looking at working with the deviations, and frankly, we're looking at reconciliation and some other things. I'm not talking about the use of robots. Everything is doing that. But when we need to talk about decision-making, I will agree that there must be models that must be very well trained, that must have high precision. But I think everything, when we give everything, we will outsource everything to the AI, we will track its development. I think that in a year or two, we'll discuss this topic in a quite different context. Absolutely. I think in a year or two, we may have a combination of people and their avatars, so we'll see the format where we will have these panels. But, it's expanding. Even during this year, we have seen considerable changes and considerable process. The speed, not just in payments, but in life, it increases. We have so much information. We need to be on the same page with others. And these technologies help us do that. So we need to learn to use them, to use this technology in the correct way for the good of the humankind. That's what we're working for. Allah, I'd like to thank you one more time at the end of the year, this very difficult time, to join us. Thank you for being open to the opinions of the market, and also for very interesting observations and innovations that you told us about. Thank you very much. Your applause. Stella Kudachkina, Alla Bakina. We thank our experts for this very active and useful conversation. Soon we will continue the block of panel discussions and we'll discuss digital financial assets and the finance of the future. And meanwhile, we have a short break and we will meet in 14:45 Moscow time. Dear friends, I'd like to pay your attention to the fact that foreign speakers also participate. So you can get the earphones for the simultaneous interpretation to be able to listen to interpretation during the next sessions.
вас занять места в зале. Мы начнем совсем скоро.
Дорогие друзья, перерыв завершен. Я не теряю время и уже обрабатываю...
Dear friends, I am not losing time and I'm already summarizing all the previous sessions in the form of convenient podcasts that will be available at the end of the conference via QR code. And now, back to our hostess, Veronika Romanova. Thank you, GigaChat. Dear colleagues, dear friends, we continue with the international conference, FI Day, AI and blockchain. The world of digital assets continues to evolve. The value exists less and less in its physical form and more in its digital form. And the borders between jurisdictions and platforms are beginning to blur. We are entering the next level of development where digital assets become truly global and interoperable. But there are still quite a few questions to answer. What kind of challenges do we need to face in order to achieve this inter-platform operability? What is the future of the DFA market in the next few years? And how does Russia become a significant player in this global field? I'd like to welcome the next participants of the discussion on digital financial assets without borders. The participants are Dmitry Aksakov, Executive Director of WebRF, Ani Aslanyan, author of the Telegram channel All About Blockchain, Brain, Space and Web 3.0, Igor Loskutov, CEO of Shard, Roman Tinyaev, a partner of industry and technology practice at Strategy Partners, and please welcome the moderator, Director of Transactional Business Tribe at Sber, Sergey Popov.
Коллеги, друзья, добрый день.
Colleagues, friends, good afternoon. I'm happy to welcome you back after lunch. I hope the discussions that we have yet to have will be just as interesting, as thought-provoking as the ones before lunch. We've had quite a few interesting ideas in the first part. Welcome to part two, the panel session on digital financial assets without borders. We decided to call the discussion like this because it's true that new technology these days is the bridge that connects traditional financial systems and new decentralized technology. More and more today, digital currency platforms, tokenization, public blockchains, they're all increasingly more connected with our material world, regulatory world, technology world, and becoming more and more transparent. We see growing interest not just from investors and businesses, but also from many nations, many nation-states, which would like to build an environment of trust for innovation and investment in finance. And today we will talk about how to strike the balance there between innovation and regulation, between sovereignty and openness, and we will also talk about the forms of cooperation that will be helpful for the digital financial asset market to unleash its potential. We thought long and hard about who should participate in this panel session. We looked at the traditional members of our sessions, usually operators of payment systems, so we decided to do something different this time. Which is why today all of the participants of the digital asset ecosystem that exists in our field are represented here on this stage. Happy to see you all. I'm sure we will have a very lively professional conversation on the future of financial assets without borders, where financial assets are a real, actively used instrument. I would like to begin this panel session with a presentation prepared by Strategy Partners, a speech on digital assets. Roman, the floor is yours. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you for inviting me here. Over the past years, we have been working really tightly with tech sector companies, and among other things, we analyze promising markets, promising segments. A couple of years ago, we met the blockchain lab at Sberbank, and this year we decided to do a study of the asset tokenization market. So my presentation will be about just that. Speaking of the financial market, as was said today many times, it is going through a transformation. One of the trends of this transformation is decentralization. The governance is decentralizing, and services are becoming more and more accessible. Tokens are used for settlements and for investments alike. This is all underpinned as its core unifying technology by the technology of distributed ledgers and blockchain specifically. Based on blockchain, we have the Web3 technology and decentralized finances. Decentralized finance is one of the use cases of Web3 in the financial sector. And then, based on blockchain, we also have the tokenization of assets, where tokens are the embodiment of the ownership economy as part of Web3. So, four main pillars here connecting and permeating this entire new financial system in the current landscape, determining its future development. Abroad, we have other systems of financial markets emerging, development of interbank settlements based on blockchain, and also the launch of CBDC, the development of stablecoins, and the distribution of asset tokenization in different classes of assets. Speaking of tokenization, the tokenization of assets is probably one of the main trends in the financial market. Primarily, what we see is that financial assets are being tokenized. At least 60% of all tokenized assets are financial assets, according to various estimates. But technically speaking, you can tokenize any asset. It can be real estate, or precious metals, or energy commodities, art, anything. The issue is that currently global tokenized assets account for a rather small portion of it. The tokenization of, say, wine is just a fraction of the total volume of tokenized assets. But according to various estimates, this structure will be changing, and the share of tokenized non-financial assets will only be growing. And I think same goes for Russia. In Russia as well, what we observe is that financial assets are dominating in terms of tokenization, meaning assets that have debt-related nature at their core. So to continue with the case of Russia, according to the conservative guidance, we believe that the volume of tokenized assets in Russia will grow to 2.5 trillion rubles by 2030. Speaking of the threshold, semi-optimistic scenario, we are talking about rather 2.5 also trillion by 2030. The optimistic scenario is 10 trillion. And this is based on the growth rate forecasted by the Ministry of Finance, and also add to that the changes in regulation based on market needs and the growth in demand for tokenized assets, but at the same time limited access of investors to the market. As has been said today, the cornerstone of this, the main issue here is regulation, because regulation will define how the market will be developing, and it can potentially grow to the figures, the 10 trillion mentioned on the slide. In conclusion, the market holds real promise. Speaking of our country, one of the most interesting areas is raising capital, attracting investment through tokenized assets.
Спасибо большое, Роман.
Thank you very much, Roman. As I take it, your research is available someplace. It's publicly available, right? Yes, we have a QR code. You can scan it and access the research. Very good findings, very good observations, very astute. We're going to have this short poll of our own. What do the people in the audience think? Will digital financial assets replace traditional assets? Will traditional assets be digitized, or will we be using DFAs in the future as a basis for completely new instruments? The organizers are going to show the QR code now, so please do participate in the poll and answer the question. Okay, we have the QR code, and while you are voting, we ask this question frequently. I've been listening to your presentation. I heard what you mentioned about wine. Just today, we have published the Abrao Durso tokenized asset on our platform. We're not the first ones to do this. Other operators have done similar things. But then again, this is a testimony to this shift towards the tokenization of all kinds of assets. And that's also the opinion of our audience here in this room and watching us online. More than 70% of people in our audience believe that thanks to digitization and tokenization, we will see brand new customer experience. This is great because the regulator representative has been talking about this as well, and Anatoly Popov at the first panel session talked about this need to provide new customer experience and the need to bring new instruments to the market. Dmitry, you are a big specialist in this. You started a long time ago in investment banking, and I know that you have had projects in machine learning, and now you do ESG and DFAs. So how did you answer that question, and what is your take on what's going on at the moment? What business models have materialized, and what business models can we expect? Thank you very much, Sergey. I answered new products, clearly. But if we look at the market of DFAs today, out of the 1.5 trillion of issued instruments, 98, maybe 99% are debt instruments. So that is the segment where the market is feeling very strong. That is the short part of the debt curve for now. But as we know, this law that has recently been adopted that defines the term DFA, and we will have corresponding amendments to the tax code. This will mean that DFAs will be similar to bonds from the tax perspective. From the taxation perspective. So I believe in the long run, DFAs will be issued more and more actively and in greater volumes, because the advantages are clearly defined. Companies that have set up a proper process for issuing bonds, they can decide on Monday morning that they would like to issue a bond, and if everything is working fine, all their processes are perfect, and then on Thursday or on Friday they can get the money. With DFAs, they can decide the same on Monday morning, and they can get the money the same day. So it's quick, it's efficient, and now that in terms of taxation, DFAs will no longer be a disadvantage, this will be a spur for their development. But I was talking about just debt-related instruments now, but I believe other instruments will also be developing very actively based on DFAs, as Sber did digital kilometers, digital wine, digital cocoa beans, and many other platforms experimented with the digitization of precious metals and with the pegging of DFAs to the cost of real estate. I believe the potential here is immense. The potential for experimentation, for looking for models that would elicit the most vivid and emotional response from investors, because these instruments are primarily designed for retail investors, for people to get interested in the product that is used for raising the capital, to enable them to invest in an instrument that doesn't just give you financial yields, but the opportunity to get wine or participate in how much a specific KAMAZ truck, KAMAZ lorry is earning by transporting certain cargo. So clearly we will need improvements in regulation, in the legislative framework, because in order to ensure that DFAs truly enable you to own property, we need adjustments to legislation, because right now you cannot use digital rights to register with the Rosreestr, with the Russian real estate registry. But this is a problem that the regulator is taking very seriously, and the regulator is considering the enhancements of this instrument. So I think there's a big potential there as well. Credit DFAs is another instrument that has a big future, I believe. Banks will be able to transfer credit risk from their balance sheets to investors. There is this hypothesis, and the Bank of Russia is in support of this market hypothesis, that demand for these tools, for these instruments, will come from mainly retail investors. Many banks have this need to reduce the load on their balance sheet and to transfer credit risk to external investors, but that requires full-fledged disclosure information on this risk, and this will also require work on regulatory issues, specifically when it comes to different problematic situations. For example, in case of default, how do you protect the rights of retail investors who bought DFAs that are backed by payments on the loan? What do you do with the recovery of property and things like that? All kinds of issues. But to sum up my opening remarks, I believe that credit DFAs will be evolving thanks to adjustments to tax legislation, and we will see more and more tests of hypotheses where DFAs give an opportunity to not just reap financial rewards, but also get some yields in the form of goods and products. Thank you very much. I do believe a lot of those things as well. Kirill spoke a lot today about tokenization being more of a technical process, while what we need is custodians that will be storing, let's say, wine that we will be tokenizing. The regulator is saying that they're ready to move forward with certain assets, but at the same time, from the perspective of legislation as well needs to go this extra mile along with the tokenization. We are thinking about tokenizing, for example, stakes in LLCs. And we are putting together a proposal related to this. We believe this is a promising area, and I think we will see more and more things getting tokenized. Loan credit DFAs, as you said, is a good example as well. Anya, a question for you. I think most people here are aware of your Telegram channel, subscribers of your Telegram channel, and we're very curious to hear your take on this. What is attracting your subscribers? What is so interesting in this for them? Is it just about hype, or do they see actual business value in this? Because you communicate with your subscribers very actively, so why are they interested in blockchain and Web3? Thank you. Hello, everyone. I have set up my Telegram channel, I set it up 9 years ago, when there was this hype around the topic, but only in narrow circles, people who were experts in this technology and who were not investors, because people who are currently in the market as investors, I mean institutional investors, they came to the market rather late. I'm talking about the people who understood what digital financial assets were all about. They exist in this information bubble, in this information field, working on this for more than 10 years. And so 9 years ago, I set up this Telegram channel, and the first thing I wanted to do was raise awareness about this technology as broadly as possible, because when I learned about this technology from my friends, I knew straight away that this would be a disruptive technology, a technology that would affect people's lives, not just in terms of finance, but also in governance, organizational structure, and mindset. Today, the people who are subscribed to my channel and who I talk to look for information that can help us with their own projects, information that will give them some sort of guidance to be proactive. Because if you are reading about technology anyway, in any magazines or news sources, RBC or elsewhere, you're already late. Because what news media are writing about, classic media, legacy media, are things of that were relevant yesterday. That means that for you as an investor, you're already late.
So what I publish in my Telegram channel is something that is going to be hyped in 2-3 years. Oh, you know, I can boast with that, because when we started to show cases and analytics, fresh reports from around the world, everything related to blockchain, then we decided to expand the list of topics with, you know, to cover all the entire digital economy. And then my Telegram channel decided to work on other topics, you know, like including AI. But now, if you're actively monitoring what is happening in the world, to the market of neural interfaces, something that was thought crazy but but is promising, it's a multi-billion market in terms of the startup investments. And I think a major case, there are major cases like OpenAI went on scale. I mean, when the companies started to deliver large-scale projects in an industry, this industry loses its zest. Now, neural interfaces in Eastern Europe, in Western Europe, we were covering that when we're talking about the technologies, the infrastructure stack, as well as the investments and science. And I can say that what we do is we are the new level think tank that cannot be found on the market. So, you know, Deloitte, McKinsey, and other think tanks that used to be on the market, they have outdated information. For example, if you look at their reports on AI agent implementation, then I mean, if you are not a developer, you can believe this information because you don't have a general picture in your head. But if you have an expertise, you have a team of professionals who understands the tech stack and the stack related to the integration and you know, all the ROI issues. Some of the things are not on their agenda of these classical traditional consultants, and many high-tech companies are enraged with these reports because they say, well, it's incorrect. Either you make it properly or you don't make it at all. So we try to find the information and to publish the information that should be useful for the people to implement their projects. Thank you very much. Yesterday, we had a very interesting debate and talk. You're mentioning team. You have mentioned it for a couple of times. So who are your team members? Digital tech enthusiasts or journalists? Who are they? I have more than 15 people in my team. These are people from diverse industries, because since the topic of my channel, the list of topics covered by my channel is expanded, and everyone who work in my team are not journalists. They are people directly involved in the development of the product. And I have folks from large high-tech companies in the world. So we have access to the information that is not available. I mean, it's very rare that anyone can have this information earlier than us. And if we can, we give this information to our readers, to our audience. So we have a pretty industry-specific experts who help us cover this or that topic. Yeah, that's very important. That's fantastic. Really cool. Yeah. Thank you very much, Igor. Today, when we had the first panel discussion, there was a lot of talk about DFA when there were amendments made introduced in the law 259. There was a concern that DFA could be used for cross-border payments, and the representative of the regulator said that maybe because we do not allow the first issuance done in blockchain, maybe something can be fine-tuned in our regulation, and it can be adapted in a way. But anyway, for us, for a bank, we talk about institutional DeFi, and it's very important to address the risks of our investors and shareholders. And from this point of view, the global blockchain with these concerns of blockage and coloring cannot really be removed from the agenda. We have to prioritize these concerns, and you, as a head of the company who is directly involved in KYT segment, what do you think about that? Are we ready for the international DFA to come to the market? Can we properly streamline the work of our organizations? Sergey, friends, hello. First of all, I would like to tell you that we're going to help you in every way, but there are nuances. Against the active development of the DFA and digital currencies in the world, you should remember that from 2014, the regulatory technologies has been developing quite actively. And this is the demand from the state and from the community and the society to mitigate the risks that we have been talking about for quite a while now, and they're very hard to assess these risks, So maybe it took us quite a while to figure out the proper legislation in our country. And I mean, obviously, in terms of the development, that didn't play out well for the institutionalization of our market. But the growth of the previous couple of years is pretty impressive in terms of the DFA, as well as the digital currencies. At the same time, an interesting thing is that despite some delay in regulation in Russia, we see a couple of pretty good KYT players that are adequate to the international level, and they work on an international level, which is surprising because none of the BRICS countries has these players. So there is no regulation, but the self-regulation has been there for quite a while now. Now, we assess this risk differently, and this is the key problem. There is a country-based differentiation of these risks. There is this kind of other facet to the risk management, but the major risk is to lose your asset. And as we discuss this topic, every time we do that, we compare what do we lose in the fiat-based system and in the DeFi system. As of today, USDT, the most popular token, was using the block 2,639 times. And the overall volume of the blocked assets was $1.6 billion. So let's compare. And I mean, these blocks were related to all citizens, to all companies from all countries in the world. So these were not only the transactions of Russian citizens that were blocked. And let's compare the fiat system, the blocks in fiat systems, traditional systems. Currently, we're talking about 100-fold difference in terms of the numbers of blocks. Digital assets are going to develop. There will be regulation. It is going to emerge. It is going to be more complicated. At the same time, the regulatory market is going to grow with it. And the most important thing is that there should be the understanding of the need and of that and of the context. And we'll be able to operate within that system, and it will cease to become a high-risk asset. It will lead to normalization of the attitude towards this sector, and I think this is our mission. I think many share this mission. DFA and digital currencies have to become our basic asset, basic mean that we use every day when it's necessary and efficient. And the infrastructure and the regulation is going to catch up and going to adapt. That's obvious. Thank you. But the global south country is a buzzword really now. So, you know, I mean, like these assets can be kind of colored. You know, maybe I can kind of mark a Bitcoin to make sure it does not end up in wrong hands. You know, it can be a Bitcoin of mine Bitcoin or a Bitcoin of my corporation. So when we are concerned with the fact that some corporation will mark their assets in a way that we won't be able to use them, maybe we can do the same to protect them. Can this myth be debunked? You know, I should say that cryptocurrency and digital assets overall, they do not live in a vacuum. They become an element of geopolitical strategies that are being rolled out by various countries and corporations. In this sense, we can talk about Iran. They're actively using cryptocurrency, yet everyone who works with it, they understand that this cryptocurrency is marked, therefore its capabilities are limited. It is marked with all KYC providers and state bodies. So basically, it is working within the closed perimeter. But that does not mean it cannot be used efficiently. And there are other cases like that. We know Venezuela. They are actively trading with the external world, with other countries. They're using cryptocurrency. And there are many other countries who are doing that and doing that in an efficient manner. And this division between the South and the West, you know, the division is going to grow in digital assets, but it should not be the barrier to the development of this segment. Thank you very much. Great comments. Great insights. Dmitry, if I talk about interoperability, I'm going back to the morning discussion. It was very exciting and instructive. We as operators of information systems, you as well as us, this operator of an information system, we cannot negotiate between ourselves, and maybe today there was this phrase of 18 silos that was sound, so maybe it is high time to do that, or maybe there is no business need to deliver that. Is it a big problem? Or maybe we should focus on that to start working more with public blockchain bridges and build bridges to the other countries based on blockchain. What do you think about that? Thank you, Sergey. We'll go from public blockchain to private blockchain for a while. I think that one of the main reasons why interoperability between the various information systems that DFA are based on is the fact that you don't want to share your customers. So if a digital asset of some platform is issued on the blockchain of another platform, the clients of this platform, the platform that issues the asset is sharing their customers with other platforms, and you don't want to do that. But the strategy of creating the operator of information system was to gather, to get the interest from the part of the investors and to become the preferred platform, and to hope that other platforms will just leave the market. Platforms wanted to be the dominating players that would create the main investor demand. At the same time, we can see that the issuers face the challenge that the liquidity of separate platforms is not enough to get the demand. To efficiently issue and to target it to the very wide audience, it's important to have platforms where customers will be able where customers from various operators of information systems could gather. And maybe one of the solutions is to create bridges between these operators. The exchange operator bridge is an option. We have two exchangers, and now the operators understand that maybe their advantage is not to actually get the largest investors base, but to offer the most exciting products and to make sure that they have the best product factory. So I expect that next year the operators of exchange will be connected to, and other elements to ensure the interoperability between various operators of information systems will be set up. One of the hypotheses right now is the creation of the single common blockchain that various operators could connect to, and based on that blockchain, the DFA could be issued, and that would be available to customers of various operators of information systems. And obviously, another thing that we didn't mention is the acquisition of foreign investors in Russian assets. We appreciate the fact that it's hard to do that, because first of all, there's no understanding what is a closed Russian blockchain based on which operators of information system are working. There's no understanding how the legislation works. Maybe for them it would be more promising to buy tokens that would be based on open blockchain. And I think, therefore, that to work with foreign investors, the best way would be to use the open blockchain. Could be used for investments of foreign investors in Russian projects, as well as the investments of Russian investors in foreign projects. Thank you very much. I do support that point of view. Maybe our operators do not have this kind of contempt to these things. We're committed to delivering the best customer experience, but sometimes you have limitations in terms of the resources or technologies. So, every operator was developing along its own development path, and now blockchain can resolve this issue. Let's continue. We're talking not only about blockchain, but AI as well. Anna, your channel it has a very exciting name. It's called Blockchain Brain Space Tech 3.0. And all these things. What do you think about the synergy of blockchain and AI? I see it's written on the slide, by the way. Is it possible to use AI and blockchain? Where do you see these technologies help each other and have synergies and help each other to develop actively? Yes, thank you very much for the question. I think that it is... the integration of every technology with each other is very important, because blockchain can be good for AI and vice versa. And I can say that in the recent 18 months, we have seen a major development of AI agents. And currently, these AI agents are not that effective, and or do not have the proper quality so that they can be used without human intervention, and you cannot give them a separate task. These are weak agents, and people are working on that, but they're still pretty weak. But despite the things that they are doing, large corporations, even the entire startups are working on what will be the next. You have to pave the way for these agents that would be fully operational. And now there are a couple of trends that we can see. The first trend is payments, of course. AI agents might multiply to such an extent that they would replace some of the routine, mundane tasks that usually humans do right now. For example, you want to order furniture or groceries. For that, you need to do a lot of transactions manually. You take your smartphone, go to a marketplace and buy these groceries. When the AI systems are more advanced, they would know what are your preferences, and they would ask, do you want your fridge stack to be updated? And they would be able to pay for you. And currently, there are 3 protocols that have been created for these agentic payments. The first protocol was created by Coinbase company. This is a cryptocurrency exchanges, one of the largest in the world. This protocol was launched this year, I think, at the start of the year. No, it's during spring time, if I remember correctly. The second protocol was launched basically at the same time by Stripe and Google. Stripe is a payment system that mostly works in Europe and the US, and I can currently say that Stripe has signed a contract with OpenAI, and already this week OpenAI users, quite likely these are going to be users who have access in the US, they can make purchases in the chat. So you don't have to do it yourself. So it will find the cheapest smartphone and select the best smartphone for you. ChatGPT would be able to analyze all that, as well as to buy the smartphone at the best price. And these agents will be now able to make these payments. Moreover, if you do not trust AI agent, you want to press that button with your finger, this pay button. Well, that's your choice. You can do that. You can make the settings to do that. Google made the same protocol, and now obviously since it's Google, they have the largest partnership network. So these companies that connected to this protocol, there were a lot of companies, and it testifies to the fact that when the high-quality agents are created, are developed, payments will work.
И совершенно свежую хочу сказать историю, буквально.
And a very recent story last week, Anthropic. Maybe you have heard about this company. They develop AI agent that is called Claude. It's one of the high-quality agents, one of the leaders on the market. They tested it on the level of their security team, and they were not testing an AI agent and other AI systems as it is usually done in other corporations. They were testing their Claude and other chatbots for smart contracts. Why? Because smart contracts, it's an ideal testing ground to understand the vulnerabilities of AI and AI-driven systems. The research resulted in the following insight. You don't have to spend a lot of money for ChatGPT, Grok, and Gemini to be hacked. And then something might happen, something bad. So the convergence of these two technologies, I think there is potential for that. I think there are many cases in the future. Identification, digital identification that is happening in the public services, but there are countries like Switzerland that integrate Ethereum blockchain to use it for identification. That's done on the state level, and that's really cool. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anna, for these insights. Igor, you have a pretty exciting business. You were talking about marking, about coloring, about the technologies that are being used. What's going on with AI in your company? Is it the basis for the business development? Do you see it as a disruptive technology to address the tasks that your customers face? You know, Sergey, I think I would make a more generalized statement. I would say that blockchain is a kind of a father of AI. I would explain. I mean, maybe Bitcoin does not really give any productive work, and it does not give the opportunity to anyone to learn. But this phenomenon of Bitcoin helped to build the competencies around the world, to build very quick and very energy efficient deployment capabilities of the computing power. And the largest companies and largest states are using this precedent to grow compute specifically for AI, including using GPUs. And the second important insight related to that is that in many ways, assets that have been accumulated in cryptocurrency, as we have discussed with Anna when we were talking before this panel session, is the source to finance the developments in AI. For me, that was a revelation. I have never thought about that. Sorry for stealing your idea and voicing it on the panel session, but I think this is a great idea, has a lot of potential. As for our business, blockchain is a very promising field for AI agents. It is very much structured. The data are very consistent and of high quality. And the agents, even not very developed agents, can leverage these data to operate. Our technology is based on AI, In particular, you know, this method called label propagation. That's the basic method here, when structured data are marked by some primary information, and then this risk is propagated up to the relevant block. The other area is heuristic methods, when various transaction activities and other patterns are analyzed to understand what is actually happening in blockchain. And these methods, overall, should not be really called AI, but this is a machine learning for sure. And it helps you to work as is this new age digital business. Thank you very much. Very exciting. Roman, question to you, strategy partners. Maybe you have more and more customers who ask you to help them implement GenAI systems or AI-driven system or some ML components. Is the demand for these consultations high? Well, yeah, I would say that the last 1.5, 2 years, the demand has grown, and there are two trends here. AI applications of separate employees, that has started for quite a long time ago. It is used in consulting and in the real sector companies, and there are some systems for AI implementation where a company is monitoring its business and analyzing its business model, and front office and back office, and it thinks how can you integrate AI in these processes to replace humans, to make work more efficient, and to deliver the results quicker. And there you start with the experiments, because the companies have to focus on the metrics that they used before, and they compare the human intellect metrics and machine intelligence metrics.
And very often with some typical tasks, AI performs much quicker than humans. This allows not just reducing costs, but also getting a better result faster, meaning a competitive edge versus the companies that are not using AI. Same goes for the consulting. The companies that Ani mentioned, for instance, McKinsey, BCG, more than 5 years ago, they started applying AI in their business models. This is, of course, associated with certain risks, because AI can create risks, business risks for consulting, but it also gives a lot of benefits. It changes the approach to many tasks in consulting or elsewhere where AI is applied. Can I add a quick comment? Sure. I wanted to say that in July and August, we talked about this, and we still see it, this incredible hype around companies that are not developers, but that are consulting on the use of AI. In Silicon Valley, for example, these companies are raising so much capital that it's breathtaking, really. We do follow these organizations as well. Mr. Grev outlined our own journey, and I don't know if you can call this a KPI, but still a lot of employees use AI in their daily work. We do have this goal as well, and we're striving to achieve it. And unless you do it in the next few years, then it will be too late. We are running out of time. We only have 6 minutes, basically. December, New Year's Eve is coming very soon, so a quick poll for the audience, for people in the hall and watching us online. Please do participate. What are your expectations of 2026 in terms of DFA development? What would you wish What kind of things would you wish would happen in 2026? And maybe send a couple of words about this, and meanwhile the speakers will talk about their own expectations. Speaking of digital financial assets, I believe the market will continue to develop very actively. Debt-related DFAs will continue to evolve, and more complex debt-related DFAs included. Loan DFAs, I hope, will emerge very soon, and they will significantly boost the Russian market. And I expect more and more experiments as to how companies can emotionally hook, so to speak, their potential investors by proposing unorthodox payment systems. So, for example, you can get wine or an exclusive tasting session for the wine that will be produced next year because the grapes for it are still growing. Thank you. Ani, what about you? Your expectations, your wishes? Just yesterday, I read about trends in 2026, and there were some very interesting insights. For example, a large investment fund that is currently investing in Google projects and OpenAI. They say that next year there is a likelihood that we will see the first AI native university. Education is already changing. We can add a lot to that, but my main wish for everyone here today and everyone who will be listening to the replay, follow the trends from different perspectives. There is a certain amount of hype, but other than hype, there is some practical use. And it's very important to be able to delineate those, differentiate between those two things, to maintain your mental health, to maintain your money, and to grow your investment portfolio and your projects. So that's my take. Thank you. Igor? My big hope for next year is that our closed DFAs will open up a little bit and will start using public blockchains, and this in turn will help solve once and for all the problem of cross-border transactions. And the second thing, a very important one as well, is working out regulation for DFAs, something we are looking forward to, and seemingly it's about to be finalized. Thank you. I'd like to wish more successful pilots and successful experiments with DFAs, because thanks to those, the regulatory framework will evolve much faster, because in and of itself, it's rather conservative. Thank you. So these are the most popular answers, everything you've submitted. Hidden agreements, breakthrough. I think it's our third conference. And we hope that at the fourth conference next year, it will once again garner as much attention, because for us, for me personally, the hope is that we have more and more products being developed for our clients, because as a bank, our main job is to make things more convenient for you, faster for you, to keep your investments secure, to make sure your investments make you happier. We cannot stand still because there is so much change happening all around you. We hope that our bank and your organizations and our country remain at the forefront of change. And I hope we can collaborate in making all these things happen. Thank you for the interesting discussion, and Hope the rest of the conference is just as interesting. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We thank our speakers for the food for thought. A brief reminder, we have been discussing specific technologies at length: AI, blockchain, digital assets. We have been working on this jigsaw puzzle of the future. The main pillars of finance, the architecture of finance is changing. The concept of decentralized internet, Web3, based on blockchain, essentially brings back the value and data to their creators. In this new paradigm, everything is changing, from settlements and identity to the notions themselves of assets and ownership. How deep is this transformation running? How is Web3 reshaping the financial infrastructure of tomorrow? What kinds of risks and opportunities are opening up for business and regulators? Can Russia not just adjust itself to this trend, but become one of the architects of the new rulebook in the global arena? This is what we will be discussing right now. Our experts are ready to dive into these complex topics and look beyond the horizon at the next panel session. Web3 and Finance of the Future, Transformation of the Financial Infrastructure. Please welcome our speakers with a huge round of applause. Pavel Solntsev, Strategy and Finance Director of Cointelegraph. Nicole Nguyen, co-founder of APEC DAO and founder of Vietnam FinTech Summit. Artem Kalechev, CEO of Web3 Tech. Vasily Kulesh, Chairman of the Supervisory Board of the Cyber Innovation Association, Republic of Belarus, expert and innovator in blockchain, and Günsel Tabaş, Chairman of the Financial Committee of the Turkish Business Council in Dubai and North Emirates. And the moderator, Managing Director, Director of Blockchain Center at Sber, Alexander Nam.
Коллеги, добрый день.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for being with us today. I know that the day has been really intense, really interesting, and usually energy tends to dwindle toward the end of the day. But today, together with our participants, we will be discussing international experience. Our experts will share their insights. I really hope that the level of energy in this hall will rise. Today at this session, we will talk about the finance of the future. How is the financial infrastructure changing? What are the advantages of the blockchain technology for the traditional financial markets, and what are the risks in this area? And the most interesting thing, we will be talking about the role of the Russian Web3 market in the global arena and where we're at in this global context. Today, at pretty much every session, we talked about DeFi and TradFi being pretty much one and the same thing. There were lots of facts and figures, the volume of capitalization of stablecoins, the market of tokenized assets. All of these are very important facts and figures. At Sberbank this year, we were probably the first in the Russian market to develop a special index for the blockchain technology, which shows the scale of convergence of the two worlds, TradFi and DeFi. This index includes different components, for example, tokenized real-world assets, stablecoins, ETFs, and other components. Let's jump right in, and I will ask the first question because we do not have that much time. I would like to ask the first question to Pavel. Pavel here represents the biggest global media platform. So, Pavel, please tell us about your experience. You are present in pretty much all markets. So, What do you think? Which products, tokenized assets, stable coins, or rather, are the most popular among financial institutions and why? Yes, thank you, Alexander. Hello, everyone. When we talk about traditional financial institutions, we should probably first define the term. Usually we talk about the biggest asset managers, banks, investment banks, entities that concentrate capital from traditional financial systems. And same as any big player in any big market, they follow innovation and they follow their users' needs. For a long time, they have been following the development of the blockchain technology, the development of finance outside the traditional financial system that they were operating in, and for a long time it was for them a rather small niche market and was not really on their radar of interest. But now they see that this technology is getting more and more use, and they are now facing this innovator dilemma. They either repel this new technology or they try to lead it. As a media company, we like to take a broader view of technological development, and just recently, I'm sure you've heard, Netflix bought Warner Brothers. The relations, we're talking about the relations between the traditional making company, production company, and a company of a new format, streaming company. All traditional institutions, major institutions, are very much concerned about being late to the party and lagging behind innovation, lagging behind in the race. So when they look at technology and ways that they can use it, they primarily look at what their users need. With stablecoins, for instance, many say that we have just lived through the peak of stablecoins, but in fact, many financial institutions have been following the development of stablecoins for a long time now. BlackRock, for instance, manages all of the Circle reserves in USDC, meaning the circulation of stablecoin in USDC. All of the reserves are currently managed by the largest asset manager, BlackRock. So they are very deep in it, following stablecoin development for a long time, just because stablecoin has become the most popular product with the deepest penetration rates. Next, they started following the next biggest product, liquidity-wise, treasury securities, treasury bonds. So they thought, okay, people have stable coins, we know how to use them, we understand the customer experience. This is a representation of the US dollar outside the traditional financial system. What next? Where do people and investors go with their dollars? The next biggest liquidity-wise and risk-wise asset, treasury bonds. When investors want some minimal yield on their dollar, they buy treasury bonds. In USD or in euro or any other currency. And so they follow the same paradigm, they follow the user, and they're actively implementing tokenized treasury bonds at the moment. Next, they all started saying that the stock market will follow suit. It is a bit more complicated because regulation there is a bit more complicated. You can't just sell a tokenized share just like that. In many countries, it requires compliance with additional regulations, and it's not about technology, but as I said, it's more about the regulatory framework. But still, everyone is saying that shares will be the next step of penetration of this technology. And then they will they will venture into other products, corporate loans, retail loans, things like that. But as I said, they primarily look at how this technology is penetrating with the users across the globe. So the first use case was stable coins, most popular with the users, next treasury bonds as the simplest use case, and then they will look at the user experience and how that user experience develops, what the users will find most profitable for them, and they will follow suit. Thank you, Pavel. I would like to continue with the user experience. We have Nicole with us today. She's joining us. She came here from Vietnam. In Vietnam, Nicole's team is actively developing Web3. Many people believe that this technology is designed primarily for users, for people, and so we're very curious to learn, Nicole, how you have been developing Web3 in your country, in your region, Southeast Asia, and what specifically does your company do?
Thank you very much, Alexander, and hello to everyone. I hope that you still stay awake at this time, and being the last panel would be a blessing in disguise, because we would definitely be able to share with you more than what is happening in Russia. So what has been happening outside of Russia is actually what we have been focusing our energy and resources so far. So myself, my name is Nicole. I run a Web3 community called APAC DAO, and we are very active in Southeast Asia. So we've been working with some of the top layer ones and foundations like Ripple, Ethereum Foundation, Base, and EigenLayer to help them with go-to-market in Southeast Asia. So this is my second time in Russia, and thanks, Alexander, for bringing me back. I think after 3 years, our conversation has really shifted towards the other side of the table. So I think it's more about the user experience and what is happening with the adoption, I think from multiple angles. For me, within this history of 6 years in crypto and blockchain business, I have seen the discussion revolves around, from speculation, gamify, maybe more like investors, to the current situation where we're talking more about, stablecoin, institutional adoption, and obviously how we can bring more cross-border partnership and how to formulate an ecosystem. Because basically with us or Russia or any other countries in the world, we need to develop as an ecosystem rather than, just a single country or a single vertical. So my observations with what's been happening here is that I've seen a lot of similarities between Russia and my home country, Vietnam, because I think both countries, number one, is a great engineering talent hub. So with Vietnam, we've got roughly 50,000 IT graduates per year. And I'm not sure about Russia, but I'm pretty sure that you are definitely one of the most robust talent hub with blockchain development and coding. The second part, I think, is definitely more about retail focus. So Vietnam alone has 100 million people, and Russia is like 140, if I'm not mistaken. So let's say we put Russia next to Southeast Asia. You guys would be like maybe the top 2 countries in terms of market. So we have Indonesia, 270 million, also Thailand, 70 million, Vietnam, 100 million. So aggregately, it's 500 million retail users in Southeast Asia. And we are one of the fastest growing and top 3 countries in terms of penetration of crypto. So that would set the stage, for us to think about what kind of ecosystem development that we can look into these adoption. So I would like to echo some of Pavel's point of view. A very big fan of Cointelegraph as well. So we've been talking about stablecoin, RWA, and I obviously think that's the case for a lot of the countries. What I would like to add to the conversation might be a little bit different. As Alexander mentioned, we need to make it more fun and different and engaging. So I think, first of all, I would like to present some, let's say, unpopular thoughts. With Southeast Asia, from this morning, when Mr. Chairman Hammond talked about some of the, let's say, observations that blockchain is decreasing, blockchain is disappearing. I do agree with him because I think at this point, it's not about the visibility that you need to have when you put blockchain in your pitch or your proposal. It's more about being an abstract layer of technology in the back. People actually don't care if you use blockchain or any other technologies, peer-to-peer, decentralization, as long as it serves the pain point of the products. So in this case, with Southeast Asia, we are talking more about on-chain settlement, but off-chain governance. So this is where I think TradeFi and DeFi are actually coming very close in terms of how we are bringing the decentralization very close to institutional in terms of adoption. So that's number one, what are some of the trends that we are seeing in Southeast Asia? Number two, when we talk about stable coins, I've seen a lot of discussions this morning about, of course, I think retails, USDT being, let's say, the top stable coin in the world. I think when we shift the conversation a little bit and think about stablecoin as a more wholesale payment rails, and how we can actually use this as the payment layer for AI agents, because there's no way with traditional rails that you can activate the AI agents with payment at a faster speed, and no way you can achieve real-time payment. And with stablecoin, this actually can happen when we think about an AI agent power ecosystem. And there has been a number of startups in Southeast Asia who is actually doing this. Number three, I don't know, I haven't got really much time in Russia to experience the consumer apps here. But one of the most prevalent consumer DApps or decentralized apps in Southeast Asia has been about payment, cross-border payments. So we have a system that is replacing traditional SWIFT across the border. So now you can use one single app and you can go to Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, use the same app to facilitate payment. And I think this is definitely not just a PowerPoint or like an innovation on paper. We're talking about real daily uses and how we can actually facilitate this regional payment system. And this is happening with one of our biggest regional super apps called Grab. So in Southeast Asia, Grab might be the equivalent of everything from ride-hailing, shopping, e-commerce, everything that you need in your daily life can be found on Grab. So if you use Grab right now, you can actually buy crypto, use crypto to do payment across different countries as long as it's regulated. And I think that this is definitely one of the more prevalent use cases that we are seeing in Southeast Asia. And I think also definitely one of the last part that I want to add on is that cross-border, as I mentioned, ecosystem here. When we talk about Southeast Asia and Asia right now, it's not just a single country or single vertical. If we want to work with Russia, we also want to bring the whole ecosystem and the whole vertical to you and see how we can actually work with Russia to open the gateway to CIS region or other countries. We don't just look at you as a single market, and it's the same case with Southeast Asia. So I think those 4 points, hybrid product, stablecoin as a payment rail for AI agents, obviously with the consumer apps, and the last point is about ecosystem development, which is very important. And these are some of the foundations for us to actually have a bigger picture of how crypto is being adopted in Southeast Asia.
Спасибо большое, Николь. Действительно, у нас много общего.
Thank you, Nicole. We have a lot of things in common in terms of Web3 development, and it is true that Russia, in terms of its technical school and engineering school and the quality of the developers, is for sure in the top 3 countries on the global scale. Before I put the question to Gunsel, I would like to remind you that today you can ask questions as well. You have this opportunity online. I mean, you can ask a question online. You have a QR code that you can scan on the screen and write your question. I am definitely going to organize a Q&A session. So, Gunsel, you made some very exciting remarks on the first panel session. It would be great to build on the topic of bringing closer the traditional finances and DeFi, especially from the perspective of your experience. You have been working for 20 years in a global bank. What do you think? How bankers today, I mean, people working in a bank, what do they think about Web3? What is their attitude? Is it some competitive technology that will take their jobs, or is it a point of growth that would help them to move to a next level? Or maybe it's just yet another IT project. There are, like any other project in a bank.
Thank you, Alex. It's actually a combination of all, differing from one institution to another. But I'll give a summary of how I see, also in a chronological manner. So it was first rejecting, right? It is crypto, don't touch. That's the dangerous area. That was about 10 years ago, right? And then resisting, because there were some experimental, some laboratory work, some PowerPoint work that has been produced, but still resistance. And it also is because of a number of reasons. I'll come to that. Then there is curiosity. Oh, there's something happening. Maybe it's better for us to look into this and to get to learn what others are doing, right? And that curiosity part, I think we passed that over after COVID and after the stable coins started coming on board and started eating up the food of the global banks for their cross-border payments. I think that is the turning point where banks started stepping in, financial institutions. So I'm talking about the service provider side, not issuer, not investor, the service provider side. So for banks to be interested in something, either that should be adding a new profit or saving a cost, right? Or saving their business. It's a survival thing. So this one was more of a survival thing because it's not just a new technology that has been introduced, but at the same time, internally, when there is something new coming to the stage, either the product people will be looking at it or the technology people will be looking at it, right? But for this Web3 related initiatives, it needs to be the board looking at it and buying the idea and mandating the people in the bank, the technology team, the risk team, the product team, to be lined up. If it doesn't happen, it will never work because the risk will always say no to this. It's risky. Technology, why would they take this on? It is risky. If something fails, then that is to them, right? They cannot promote it internally. And for the product, they have to fight against risk. They have to convince technology. And why would they do that? They have all other firefighting topics on their table to consume their the whole day. So there should be a reason, and that reason is the mandate of the top management. So that's why when I left Citi, I established Manifest to actually create the fintech literacy at the executive level of the banks. That was the main problem, right? When the executive level in the bank, the top management, is convinced that there is real value in here, first survival, then increasing profit, and also cutting costs, then it is something to be taken up. And for the executive management to also buy this in, from the bank's point of view, regulations should be there. In the absence of regulation, no bank will step into anything new. No one will sign under, because they cannot. So with the regulations now coming on board around the globe, and also very recently from the US, now the institutions are demanding these from the banks. Banks looking at it, they see it as a survival matter. And now they see also cutting costs, hopefully, as I also explained in the first session. It is a hidden treasure. It's not identified yet. It is to be experienced. Then I think we will move on to the stage where Nicole mentioned. There'll be no on-chain, off-chain. It is not a matter. It is just a technology for the users that is used behind, but the banks will be fully deploying this. And one last thing is the costs of getting into this, because for these kind of products, banks need to run their legacy systems side by side with the blockchain, right? So that really takes effort, time, and risk that needs to be managed. So we are in a transition period. The good thing is it has started. I've also seen it at Sber Bank. Last night we had a very good conversation with Pavel that I was happily surprised how much developed it is in your case. I think that is a testimony that now the financial institutions are in here and it will be taking off. And there will be no turning back from here.
Спасибо большое, мне очень понравилось.
Thank you very much. I really loved your idea that, first of all, that was some dangerous thing that you shouldn't really touch, you know, it's kind of a niche story. And now you have Web3, and that is a trend that should be discussed on the level of the board. So that's a strategic story that directly influences the business model and financial institutions. So it's fantastic thought, fantastic insight. Vasily. Yes. So you represent the community of the Belarus Republic. You're actively developing blockchain technology and crypto assets. A couple of years ago, the Republic of Belarus has become one of the few countries that legalized cryptocurrency 8 years ago. Right. Yes, thanks for the remark. I mean, you were one of the first ones, for sure. And now we can see that a race has started on the global level. Various countries announce that, yeah, we have the crypto capital, no, we have it, say some other country. And it would be great to understand what really happened in the Republic of Belarus during that time. Do you still have that ambition to be the crypto capital of Web3? And what are the initiatives that are in place right now? Well, you have to be audacious in your ambitions. We have the understanding on how to go to that area. And we should develop a business infrastructure as well. We have a couple of examples with the Central Asian countries who were more audacious, more bold, and there will be consequences, obviously. Positive ones. In Belarus, it's pretty conservative. When I first decided to work in Belarus financial sector in 2018, I was working with banks and regulators and state bodies, and they were so slow, and you know there were so many issues to be discussed. And then, in a couple of years, I changed my attitude. I thought, okay, we're going slowly, but we are making it. In Belarus, you have to work through the high-level regulatory efforts. You have to create the bridge between the specialized bodies and regulators. You have to create sandboxes and pilot models, and then to create the regulation for the entire market. I think this is a proper way to go, because I think the major pain right now is the compliance procedure. To be honest, the only model that ensures the cryptocurrency operations settlements related to the traditional banking system. Cryptocurrency is not a payment method in its pure form, because usually there are some fiat currencies on the both sides of the transaction. How the banks and payment systems will look at this transaction is going to determine the further development. We have a special commission, AML CFT commission, and we develop local regulations for crypto projects and banks, as well as how the participants of the traditional financial system will operate in that. And with the blockchain technologies, we kind of understand what is happening, but what is on the edge, something that Gunsel was talking about, it's something that emerges. You know, I had some cases when I was talking to one compliance officer of Sber, and tomorrow there's another compliance guy, and you have to explain everything once again. You have to explain the structure of the deal again, and you need to explain what was the source of the financing here and there. So now it's much simpler. At the previous panel session, there was a question: what is the expectation of what is going to happen in Russia? I think it should become more transparent in Russia, because we are developing the regulations in for tokens in Belarus. We're working on the essence that will have two licenses: banking license and crypto license. So the second level banks will remain in the traditional business model that is pretty safe, because if you look at the structure of the profit of any bank, the share of the cryptocurrency operations input in the profit is very small, yet the risks are very high. And if the bank is not very cautious, they can lose the license, they can be disconnected from the SWIFT, they can lose the corresponding banking license. And we have made relations with all of our banks and all of our cryptocurrency platforms, but to make sure that, we have it as a autonomous standalone element and a special license that you have to get. We understand that you need to regulate DeFi projects, but it's not going to be a pure DeFi, it's CDeFi. So we say that you can identify users with blockchain using digital ID, you can connect it to the biometric data and put it on the platform, and then they work in DeFi and work within the smart contracts. You can talk about the tokenization of the assets of the real sector of the economy. There are many models that we can describe. But you have to understand where is the business, where's the profit here. So we want to have businesses to operate in Belarus within the law and the regulation. We invite legal experts and various banks and other players to make sure that our regulation is end-to-end. And I think that next year we will see some new projects in Belarus, and this is our ambition, to become a high-tech capital that works with the DeFi world, and where DeFi works with the traditional financial organization. So I would say that we have a pretty strong foundation.
Artyom, you have international experts sitting on either side of yours. What about your company in the Russian market? What are some of the key trends that you observe in our market? What are financial institutions doing in Web3? And what are the projects and initiatives that you would like to highlight? Thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting me here to such a lovely conference. I do have these international experts around me, but I'm not giving up. Well, we're not attacking. Vasily said that 8 years of Belarusian regulation is a long time. I've been working with blockchain and distributed ledgers for almost the same amount of time, since 2017. And in Russia, it's not that long ago that we got some meaningful changes in integration of public services, DeFi services, and traditional financial services. So slow is about us. I would say you're ahead of the schedule. Yes, that's probably the case. You're probably right, but slow but steady, right? We're very happy to see the changes that are occurring right now. The first steps here in Russia were made in 2022 and 2023, when we got the first regulations allowing the issuance of digital financial assets, and this was a great driver for diving deeper into DeFi, decentralized instruments. Since then, we're at a point where the Bank of Russia, our favorite Bank of Russia, announced that in 2026 there will be laws passed allowing the integration of DeFi into the traditional financial system. The blockchain market will open access to new entities, new players in the market. The DFA market has been developing rather well, I would say. We have talked about DFA a lot. The market is growing. I won't delve too deep into this. The global practice is fourfold growth in 2 years. The tokenized asset market, tokenized long-term assets, tokenized sovereign debt, and tokenized metals, that is. Same goes for Russia. We have all the same things, and this will be the key trend. This has been one of the key trends until this year, and this year in 2025 we got new pilots, new experiments that enabled us to bring DFAs into the public area, public chains. We attracted investors that bought our first Russian financial assets for cryptocurrencies. So we have to use financial intermediaries for now, but in 2026, hopefully we will build this interaction chain directly within Russia. And we're all looking forward to the new legislation. We're really eager to see the wording of it, because all of the players in the market are ready to jump in and become crypto exchange offices and crypto depositories, crypto exchanges. Other tools, other instruments will be very popular in our market, I'm sure. Thank you, Artyom. I would like to talk a bit more about the advantages of the technology. Pavel, a question for you. Very often we hear in the media about these hacks and scandals and fraudsters, and it seems like the blockchain technology cannot bring anything other than threats and risks. You have your own partners, institutional partners, and I'm sure you've discussed structural advantages of the blockchain technology. Can you share a few? What are the advantages of the technology that can help financial institutions? Right, as a media company covering technological development, we have this internal controversy. We would like to inform people about things that are interesting for them, but then again, there are advantages of the technology that may not be interesting at all. If we were covering the reduction of clearing time for payments between the Bank of Russia and other banks, that doesn't sound very sexy, that doesn't sound very interesting. But when we say this, there are some other advantages of the technology, as genius as it may seem, that might attract more eyeballs. The blockchain technology, interestingly enough, most of its advantages, it seems, are under the hood, are hidden. We can talk about its advantages for payments, the advantages of this technology as an alternative financial system. These advantages are clear, they are obvious to the players in the market. The transaction speed, millions of transactions in a second. You send a payment and it reaches your payee almost instantly. The fragmentation potential of transactions, you can divide them into all kinds of parts. Advantages for B2B relations. We are talking about some single uniform ledger, accessible and understandable to all of the participants in the market. They can trust it in their relations. But all of that seems to be uninteresting to a layman. Scandals and hacking scandals in particular, that's what's meaty and interesting. So we are facing this internal dilemma all the time. Speaking of the main advantages of blockchain in general, industry-wise, for financial systems, I think I briefly covered that, but I would also like to add that we have to write about the uses of blockchain which do not ultimately find any promising vectors for development. Because when people enter the NFT market, everyone is crazy about NFT, we're right about NFT. But once again, as a media company, we have to be skeptical and prudent about it. We have to talk about all of the pros and cons of different use cases. We talked about the tokenization of wine. A lot of money of investors was lost with use cases like that. So to summarize the advantages, a lot of them are under the hood, and people may not really get a sense of these advantages with blockchain. But by and large, as banks get more and more involved in this race with stablecoins, with blockchain, even though the penetration rate is high, still everyone seems to be using fintech and banking apps. But once the actual competition for the users starts, companies offering blockchain-based services willing to take the cost cuts that they get and give it to the user. Can be anything. Cashback, for instance, or something else. So at some point, this advantage that is currently hidden under the hood will have to be revealed to the user. The main job of companies building B2C products is to make it so that the user actually gets access to this value. We do have an example of our own with an interesting headline for you maybe as a media company, and it also has some practical value. Recently at Sber, together with our partners Co-op and HSE, we developed a protocol, post-quantum circular signature, which reduces the threat of cryptographic hacking. So this is a segue to the next question for Artyom. This whole thing about quantum computers that can hack cryptography and they can hack all of the blockchains. What do you think? Who should be driving this thing? In Russia or abroad? Should it be developers of the protocols? Should it be clients, banks, for instance, or the regulator? Indeed, this is a very pertinent threat. I would say that it's a bit exaggerated, in my opinion. We discussed this with Russian cryptographers, Russian labs. I've read foreign research on post-quantum cryptography and the threat for blockchain. And the consensus opinion, I think, is that it's a bit premature to talk about this threat. We are analyzing this ourselves. And we do support this, the possibility to protect yourself against potential quantum threats. But if we look at the available research, doing an assessment of the likelihood of a blockchain hacking using a quantum computer on the horizon of 5 years. So the likelihood is between 5 to 14% in the next 10 years, between 19 and 34% on the 30-year horizon, and up to 80 and 90% beyond that. So we can get back to this question in about 5 years from now, but we do need to get back to this prepared, because once the hacking has been materialized, then it will be too late. Why is it dangerous? Blockchain does not have rollback on transactions, so all of the wallets are transparent, and if you have a wallet with 1,000 bitcoins, it will be visible in the network. And this is a clear target for criminals. They can use the quantum computer to target a big wallet with a big amount of assets, try to hack it by forging electronic signature. There are ways to mitigate those risks, obviously. Dividing assets between a big amount of wallets, other applied methods. And in general, we have studied it is important to study the possible ways, possible technologies of defense. As for the driving factor, I think developers might be interested, because the availability of protection against quantum threat in their technology is a competitive advantage versus other developers. For clients, it's about the security of their assets, their own or the assets of their clients. So there can be a lot of stakeholders interested in the development of this technology, the security technology. But before we concern ourselves with the protection against the quantum threat, we first should focus on the more pertinent threats. Because risks and security are something that we constantly need to talk about, especially in this institutional context. Using custodial wallets, for example, or smart contracts with a hole in them are all fraught with risks. We cannot roll back on a transaction. We cannot get back the funds. So what we need to do now is to build a reliable infrastructure which can comply with the risk requirements of banks, traditional stock exchanges, brokers. That's the activity that will help us integrate traditional financial markets and decentralized markets and blockchain markets. Thank you. I would like to remind the audience that you can submit your questions as well. You can scan the QR code and submit them online. I see the first questions coming in, and I think I will start reading them out for the speakers. Nicole, a question from the audience for you. Do central banks in Southeast Asian countries allow all users to buy cryptocurrencies? And what about Vietnam? How do users use cryptocurrencies in Vietnam specifically?
So I think Asia, one of the biggest part is, of course, it's very fragmented in terms of regulations. So I cannot speak on behalf of all of the countries, but at this point, pretty much regulations have been in place for digital asset and crypto assets in most of the bigger markets. So Vietnam is the latest one to join the team by regulating digital asset this September. So before this, mostly a lot of the users, they are accessing crypto through international exchanges. So, you know, the top 5 crypto exchanges in the world have already got presence in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. Now, the government and the central banks, depending on the country, but basically we need to look at their main goal when it comes to regulating crypto assets. So for instance, with Vietnam, it's about monitoring the money outflow. So what it means by that is obviously for Vietnam market so far, it has been fairly easy to bring the money in, but it has been fairly challenging for a lot of the companies to bring the money out. So basically, this is also one of the main areas why the government wants to impose and monitor this sort of risk as well as activities as well with crypto. So starting from this September, we have regulated crypto asset, and from January next year, there would be just a handful of licensed local exchanges or joint venture exchanges. So meaning that if you're a Vietnamese or a international investors residing in Vietnam, you have to work through them. And as international investors, you can participate in ICO in Vietnam, but the local investors can't. So if you're thinking of moving to Vietnam and invest in crypto, maybe this is the right time. So that's the regulation pretty much in Vietnam at this point.
Спасибо. Да, дальше, наверное, продолжу задавать вопросы от участников.
Thank you very much. I will continue with the questions from the audience. A lot of questions are coming in, starting with the words, when is blockchain going to kill this and that? There are not very politically correct questions there as well, but, well, Gunnar, a question for you. The audience are asking, when is blockchain going to kill SWIFT?
Okay. That's a very interesting question, of course. That's why SWIFT also started their own initiative, and they are trying not to be the victim of another trend as Kodak has been, right? They don't want to be given as the example as Kodak is given now. So, but right now, I think what banks has already started doing with the stable coins and tokenized money, first and foremost in their internal blockchain, internal systems, but I believe that would also be interoperable in between the banks in time. That will certainly eat from SWIFT's business, and as long as they don't pivot themselves into something else, I think they would also become obsolete, in my view, in my personal view, right? So this is what is happening, and for banks, this is also an opportunity to internalize any of the costs and also to capture clients inbound rather than going in between banks to tokenize the money and to, I'm talking about the corporate institutions, corporate clients of the banks, of course, in this space. So when blockchain kill, I think we will, as I mentioned, we will all be on chain eventually. And whether it means it kills, yes, it kills. In my own opinion, it should be in about 10 years, that we would not be talking about on-chain, off-chain. We will be just one layer of processing things.
Да, позвольте я добавлю. На мой взгляд,
I think I would build on that. I think it's not blockchain that is killing SWIFT. SWIFT is killing itself, and the current with their current geopolitical agenda, they're just killing themselves. They're shooting themselves in the leg, in the foot. And it's very funny. If it was not for the current geopolitics and other political decisions, no one would think about that, and SWIFT would work, you know, for the next decade or so. And SWIFT are working on replacing the classical SWIFT, but I think that the time has passed, and using the decentralized structure development cannot be stopped. I talk with our partners from India and other countries in Southeast Asia. All are talking about using decentralized structure for making payments, and, well, basically the result is that the future of the decentralized structure is to kind of bring together our divided world that the politicians have divided, and they're still trying to divide into by clusters based on some groups of interest. And blockchain can be the technology that would unite this world back together. I would like to build on that. In 2 months, I went through 8 conferences in 6 countries. I was a speaker, and there's always an agenda to make the technology sovereign. And everything that we're discussing during the coffee breaks, it's the creation of the infrastructure that would ensure local security at the same time will help you to work globally. And I think that Russia right now is in the most active phase of developing the technologies that would help to ensure digital sovereignty. At the same time, using the fundamental peculiarities of blockchain technology, you can still be integrated in the global blockchain infrastructure. And I think that given the fact that the world is being destabilized in a major way, unfortunately, other countries will have to go along the same path as Russia. So the fact that there are, the era when a couple of providers are working in this global infrastructure has ended, and I think Russia will have something to offer, including in the RVA and DFA. I have a feeling it will be so. Thank you very much for your comment. There are more and more questions.
I just want to make a comment on that because now during the lectures that I hosted this semester, I shared with the students one anecdote. It's the investor letter of Larry Fink, which is BlackRock's CEO. He was making an analogy, and it was about SWIFT. He was making that now how SWIFT runs the transactions is similar to the letters posted comparing to WhatsApp of today, right? So SWIFT, how they do it today is like the letters posted. So when these kind of comments are coming from very large institutions, it is very difficult to turn the tide. I also agree. It is, in my view, at least not from a technology and implementation, but from a profitability and sustainability perspective, I don't think it will not be the same anymore for them.
Да, зачитаю, наверное, вопрос еще один.
Yes, I think I will. Thank you for that. And a question from the audience. I think it was someone from the tax office. Who else could write that question? Could the speakers share their personal experience of using blockchain, stablecoin, and Bitcoin? Maybe we shouldn't ask this question to the residents of the Russian Federation, the tax residents. Vasily? Well, in accordance with the Belarusian law, the entry point and the exit point of a tax resident of Belarus should be done through regulated platforms, and then we can operate across the world. This is what it is done in Belarus. So an important thing is that the purchase is legal, the communication is legal, everything is legal, and it's like staking, the options, the futures, and other things, everything is available, but still there is some regulation that would dissuade our citizens to do some weird things in cryptocurrencies, because there were some stories when there were dollars put in the cryptocurrencies through some grandmas, and obviously these were scammers. And anyway, we are working on that. We have a lot of cryptocurrency assets. There's account, KYC, KYT. You need to confirm the source of your amount if it's a big amount. So, right, I think I've answered my question, your question. Yeah, thank you very much. We have to wrap up. But maybe like a very quick blitz question. I will ask the question to every speaker. The same question. What do you think in the next 2-3 years? What will drive the development of Web3? First option, first answer, regulator will drive that development. Second, institutional players. And the third option, retail. 3 options, 3 answers. Okay, let's start with you, Pavel. What do you think? I think regulators, if I have 5 more seconds, I would say that we can see how a regulator can change the structure of the movement of this industry in like 6 months. They can make a U-turn and change everything. Okay, regulator. Nicole?
I chose number 2. Because I think institutions are like the joints between regulators and the community, and they would be the main driver for adoption, especially in Asia.
Институционалы. Спасибо.
Okay, institutional players. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Artem, I do agree with Nicole fully. 2025 is the year of institutionalization of blockchain, and all the changes, all the development that is happening right now is related to this trend. If we talk about our region, SOC, BRICS, SIS, I would say regulator. I'm involved in a number of processes, so institutional players will have to follow the rules of the local regulators. And for me, this is the determining factor, the regulator. Gunsel, what do you think?
Well, without the regulations in place, there is no institutional adoption. That is clear. But the regulators cannot also be the innovators. Right? The innovation should come from the institutional side, and institutions should push the regulators, should talk with regulators, should work with regulators to educate each other and implement. But without regulation, it will not happen. Without the institutions being innovative, it will not happen either.
Right, so the regulation of the institutional players, I think this is what you support, and that means that we have a draw. Well, I think that the community drives the most innovative ideas. These DeFi players put in the agenda, right in the agenda. Yes, I think it's a great idea to wrap up our session, in saying that the end customers, the community will determine the agenda of the Web3 development of the financial market. So clients, partners, everything is in your hands. Let's thank our great panelists. Thank you very much for your input. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our speakers, and I would like to remind you that the moderator, the head of the blockchain lab of Sber, Alexander Nam, was moderating the panel discussion. Well, this was a pretty tight day with a pretty tight schedule. Today we discussed how digitalization and blockchain do not only change the landscape of the market, but they form the new ways of interaction between the state, the businesses, and the community. I would like to thank all of our speakers for fantastic insights, and I would like to thank all of the participants for your attention, for your engagement, and for finding the answers together, because this is the basis that helps us not only to adapt to the changes, but to actively shape the new financial reality. And I would like to thank GigaChat for helping me personally. And by the way, today GigaChat was as involved as all the other participants among our viewers, because it was highlighting the very important insights during the entire event. GigaChat was selecting the key messages of the panel discussions in the form of podcasts. And to make sure that you don't miss anything, scan the QR code that you see on the screen, and you will be able to go to feel the vibe of our event. Thank you for being with us, and see you soon.